Good morning, everybody. My name is Chris, and I am an alcoholic.
Hi, Chris.
It's really good to be here. It's always fun to do these things. We all get together, and we get a chance to fellowship, and we get a chance to look at the material and look at the trajectory that we're going to find is most beneficial to us moving forward in our lives. There's a wonderful piece of writing that Bill Wilson put together it was actually a pamphlet, Problems Other Than Alcohol, where he basically says the teaching and the practice of AA's 12 steps is the sole purpose of an AA group. Now, I think that's one of the most important sentences that Bill Wilson has written, because it gives us our purpose as an Alcoholics Anonymous group, or any other recovery, any other 12-step recovery fellowship. I believe in the same thing. What's happened in the last 30 or 40 years is, and I think this starts at the top. I think it starts with New York General Service Office. Is much attention has been placed on fellowship. Much attention has been placed on service commitments and the service structure. And believe me, all that is really, really good. But if you closely examine the literature that's been put together since maybe late 1950, you're going to see that it's almost solely concerns fellowship and meeting unity and service structure and service ethics and opportunities. Now, when you look at the foundational literature, which I would consider certainly the book Alcoholics Anonymous, and I consider the Step Book and the Little Red Book and a number of other pieces of literature that were put together early on, you'll see that the emphasis in those books are about the teaching and the practice of the 12 steps. Now, why is this important? I think so often today we can show up in 12-step recovery meetings and we can be led to believe that it's a program of meeting attendance and service commitments, that's what our program will consist of. Now, when you go back to the foundational literature, you closely examine that, you'll understand that that's not true. Meetings and service commitments do not treat alcoholism. What they do is they promote a recovery atmosphere. They promote us sticking together, which is incredibly important. But they don't promote the spiritual awakening that comes as the result of the practice of the 12 steps. So, what Dave and I kind of like to do is there's enough emphasis today on meeting attendance. There's enough emphasis today on getting commitments and general service and becoming a GSR and a DCF. There's enough of that stuff going around. What we like to do is we like to take the compass and move it back to what our primary responsibility is as Alcoholics Anonymous members. And that is to recover from alcoholism and to carry the message of recovery to the still sick and suffering alcoholic. We find that it's very, very important. I've got a lot of experience working with others, and we're gonna closely, very, very, in a very detailed way, we're gonna go through chapter 7 today. That's our primary purpose today in this workshop, is to just look at chapter 7. Now, in chapter 7, it includes everything, really. It includes all of the steps, and it includes a lot of wonderful suggestions for sponsorship. But we're gonna be closely examining the spiritual mechanics that we're going to need to have experienced ourselves to be able to truly carry the message to other alcoholics. When I showed up in AA, and I'll bet you my experience is not unusual. When I showed up in AA, I got a lot of wonderful suggestions, and those suggestions were keep coming. Don't drink. Take a commitment at the meeting. Take my phone number. Give me a call if you feel like you're in trouble. Now listen, folks, all of that is good. That is strong, appropriate fellowship activity. We need to stay close together, because if we don't hang together, we'll hang separately. But that's what I was being offered, and there was very little emphasis on the actual taking of the 12 steps when I showed up. Now, I believe so strongly in the truth that comes out of the book Alcoholics Anonymous. I cannot tell you. It's extremely rare that the things in the book Alcoholics Anonymous don't speak very loudly to my own experience and my experience working with others. It is unbelievably filled with truth. And to think that it was put together by somebody who had about 4 years sober, and most of the other people had less than a year, it's just amazing. I don't want people with 4 years sober being unaccompanied in my house, and they were able to put this book together. It's remarkable to me. Now, it speaks so loudly to the truth of alcoholism that, I believe in what it says at a very, very deep level. So when it says, I'm going to jump right to the end of the book. We always like to know how these things end. And the end of the book is, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of the 12 steps, we tried to practice these principles in all of our affairs, and to carry the message to other alcoholics. Those are basically, it's a statement with basically 2 directives. Now, I also believe that you can't have a spiritual awakening as the result of steps you haven't taken. So there are a lot of groups, there are a lot of people in Alcoholics Anonymous that don't hold with the theory that you actually have to take these steps. The step book, which is an absolute wonderful book. I love the step book. It speaks so clearly to our alcoholic dilemma, our mindset, our belief systems. It expands the concepts of the steps into like spiritual dimensions. It's a wonderful book, but it's not an instruction book on the steps. You don't take the steps by going through the step book. That's not why it was written. Yet we have step meetings until the cows come home. What happens when you go to a lot of step meetings is you slowly start to believe that you're working a program if you believe these steps in theory. You go back to the book Alcoholics Anonymous, and it makes very, very clear that you actually have to take these steps. You actually have to pay the money back. You actually have to be willing to go to jail to make things right. You actually have to do all this stuff. Now, there's a gigantic difference between agreeing with something in theory and actually doing it. And through my experience and my experience working with others, the difference between actually doing the steps and believing them in theory is the difference between night and day. And for the real alcoholic, which is what the book Alcoholics Anonymous was written for, that's basically the hopeless alcoholic. That's basically the person who has in vain tried to quit drinking for years and has suffered incredible consequences and found that they're totally powerless over alcohol. That's really what the book Alcoholics Anonymous was written for, that hopeless alcoholic. For the hopeless alcoholic is going to have a really hard time staying sober and recovering, going to meetings alone, doing service commitments and going to meetings alone. There has to be a transformational personality change at depth as a result of certain spiritual actions. Now, where did all this come from? Very, very interesting. I love AA history. I love the proto-history of AA. I was at a meeting the other night, and over on the side of the room, the church was selling books for $1. Okay? And listen, I'm a big reader. I read like monstrous amounts of books. I used to read even more than I do now, but I love looking through used books. And I'm over there, and all of a sudden I see a book called For Sinners Only. I'm like, oh my God, for $1? I've seen the thing on eBay for like $75. Now, what that book is it's an Oxford Group book. It's a book that was written 4 years before Bill Wilson got sober. And it was about alcoholics and other sinners that got sober in the Oxford Group. Now, Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob were Oxford Group members. This is where Bill Wilson became aware of the solution for alcoholism. Bill learned the problem of alcoholism from Dr. Silkworth, who was a doctor who was treating alcoholics and drug addicts in Towns Hospital in the 30s. But he learned the solution for alcoholism by Ebby Thatcher coming to him and basically saying, Bill, you got to get religion. You got to come to this Oxford Group thing. Now, For Sinners Only is not the only book that was written by former drunks who got sober in the Oxford Group. I Was a Pagan is another one. Twice Born Men has a couple of stories in it about alcoholics. There's a lot of literature that goes before 1935 about people sobering up in the Oxford Group. There was something going on in this Oxford Group thing that was conducive to hopeless alcoholics being able to quit drinking and put their life back together and feel good about themselves. So this is the cauldron where Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob kind of learned what they needed to do and what needed to be put into Alcoholics Anonymous for it to work. Now, here's a wonderful book. This book is called Practice These Principles. Now, in AA, our basic text is the book Alcoholics Anonymous. In the Oxford Group, their basic text basically was, what is the Oxford Group? They would give this book to new Oxford Group members to tell them a little bit about what they do, a little bit about the principles that they practice. Now, I'm going to read some chapters out of this book and just think to yourself, do these at all relate to what we do in Alcoholics Anonymous? Okay. Chapter 2, Sharing for Confession and Witness. That directly relates to our fifth step. Surrender. That's basically right smack in the middle of our first step. Restitution. That's basically 8 and 9. Guidance. Divine guidance. That's basically our 11th step. So Bill Wilson was practicing, and a lot of these early drunks were practicing these spiritual exercises. And through the practice of these, they were able to get sober, stay sober, and become happily and usefully sober. So this made a very, very profound impact on Bill Wilson. Bill Wilson, on his hospital bed, and you can read this in his story, had what we call a spiritual awakening on his last detox bed in Towns Hospital. And if you closely examine what was going on during his last stay, Ebby Thatcher was coming and working the steps with him. He basically got up to steps 8 and steps 9 on his hospital bed. And when he was released, he started practicing all of the principles in all of his affairs. He came up with the idea that, yes, this Oxford Group thing is wonderful, but what he specifically cared most about was that it helped him get sober, it helped Ebby get sober, and he said, here is a solution for all alcoholics, all dipsomaniacs, all rum hounds. These are terms that he would use. So he dedicated the rest of his life from that hospital bed experience. He dedicated the rest of his life to carrying these spiritual principles, this spiritual message, these spiritual exercises to alcoholics. And he built Alcoholics Anonymous using these principles. Now, the Oxford Group was a very Christian organization. He realized early on that if he kept it Christian, he would be closing the door on other religions. He could be closing the door because of strong belief systems people have who are alcoholic. So he pulled the religion out of it and he turned it into a spiritual program. So it wasn't about guidance from Jesus, it was guidance from God. And he made it a spiritual program, which was really good because I think that there are a lot of people who probably would have thought that if this is another Salvation Army or something, it's not going to work for me. So I think it was probably certainly the right thing to do. Now he had his spiritual awakening. They practiced these principles. They took these exercises, and Bill Wilson was involved in the Oxford group in New York City. Dr. Bob was involved in the Oxford group in Akron. Now, here's the difference between the two. Dr. Bob was going to Oxford group meetings for 4 years and could not stay sober. He, at least once a week he would get blithering drunk out of his mind. Dr. Bob, I love our co-founders. One of them, they call it a stockbroker. Bill wasn't a stockbroker. He was a stock shyster. He would go up to you and he would say, listen, I got a tip on a hot stock. You give me $10,000. I'll put it down on this stock and I'll take 25% of the earnings. That's not stock brokering. I don't know what that is. Okay. So, and that's how he was making his money. Dr. Bob was a proctologist. Okay. And he was a proctologist that was quickly running out of proctors to work on because he always smelled like alcohol. He had big hands and he shook, so when you're in the stirrups and he's coming to do something with your proctor, he's like, oh, you're like looking for a second opinion fast, and he's about to lose his house because there's nobody willing to pro offer their proctor. So, but Dr. Bob is in the Oxford group. He's going to the meetings. Now think about this. He's going late, he's leaving early, and he's not getting involved. So he's not sober. Bill Wilson is going to the Oxford group for only about 6 months. But he's going early, he's staying late, and he's getting involved in everything he can. As a matter of fact, he's bringing people into the Oxford group. Guess what? He's sober. Does anybody sponsor in here? Does anybody see the correlation to that? This recovery process is about action. It's not about into thinking. It's not about into philosophy. It's about into action. And Bill was active and he was participating and he stayed sober. Now, when the two of them got together, when Bill and Dr. Bob got together, Dr. Bob realized what the problem was. Bill explained, a stock shyster explains to a doctor the medical problem of alcoholism. I just love that, And the doctor is humble enough to listen. So now Dr. Bob understands he's got an allergy of the body coupled with an obsession of the mind wrapped around unmanageability. And he starts to actually practice the principles that he's been sitting in meetings for 4 years listening to. And he's able to get sober almost right away. He had one more relapse. He had to go to Atlantic City to a convention, Dave. You ever have sponsees like that? You're working with them a couple of months, and then they call you up and they go, can't really come over to do step work. I'm touring. The Dead is, the Dead tours. I always tour with the Dead. Same kind of thing. Dr. Bob just had to go to the convention, and he got drunk as a hoot owl, and that was his last time. Now, when Dr. Bob came back, I want to be very, very clear. He'd worked most of the steps, but he was absolutely convinced that if he went back and he made direct amends to everybody whose proctor he screwed up, he would lose the rest of his business, which he didn't have very much of anyway. So he said, I'm sorry, I am not going to make amends, Bill. I can't go around, making amends for all the proctors I ruined. When he got drunk in Atlantic City and they poured him off the train, they literally had to carry him off the train and lay him down on the platform and then call his nurse to come get him. I mean, that's how drunk he was. You know how we get. And, when he came out of that, the first thing he needed to do was an operation. Can you imagine? So here's Bill Wilson, going, and Dr. Bob going, oh my God, I got an operation tomorrow. So Bill is feeding him beers and goofballs. Goofballs were like incredibly strong downers. They've got safer drugs. These things they're illegal now, what they used to give you. They're almost like knockout pills. So they gave him a bunch of downers, a bunch of beers, and they said, they took him to the hospital, and he said, get in there, Bob. And, Dr. Bob's story is Dr. Bob's nightmare. It really should be called Dr. Bob's last patient's nightmare. You know what I mean? There's no information on what happened to this guy, but can you imagine? Anyway, he probably whistles when he walks. Anyway, now when he got through with all this, he disappears. And they think, oh my God, he's off on another bender. No, he's not. He's going up one side of the street and down the other. He's knocking on every door and he's telling people that he's an alcoholic. He's making direct amends to them all. He lets everybody know. And when he gets home that night, he's had a spiritual experience. He never drank again. There is correlation to the actual taking of these steps. You talk to anybody who's gone through these steps and sponsors by taking people through the steps, which is what we're gonna be looking at today. That's what we're gonna be talking about. You look at any of that, and you're gonna see people that stay sober. You're just gonna see people that stay sober.
You never know when he's done, right?
And when you're done, you're done.
Hi, everyone. My name is David Palmer. I'm a grateful recovered alcoholic.
Hi, David.
I love doing this with Chris. I feel very, very fortunate, very blessed. I get an opportunity to sit up here with my sponsor and listen to this go on all the time. And it's a beautiful thing. Now, how many people here, I just want to take a quick survey, how many people here who at one time in Alcoholics Anonymous can say with all honesty were complete on their 9-step amends? How many people here would like to have raised their hand just now? Okay. I'm just checking. I find that my level of effectiveness of being useful in the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous has been at varying levels since I was first introduced to the rooms in 1985. And that's not my sobriety date. But what has happened to me is that when given the guidance that is found in the 12 steps by somebody who's actually done the work, I've had a different experience. And what happened was all you people got nice. What you guys started saying wasn't a direct attack upon me. It wasn't an affront to my credibility. It wasn't a variety of things. It was actually quite an experience. But I would never have listened to you. I would never have spent the time with you if I didn't share in the common problem. Now, it's interesting, when we look back on what sponsorship looks like, Bill Wilson, for the entirety of his life, considered Ebby Thatcher his sponsor. Everybody here know who Ebby Thatcher was, right? Ebby was the man who got yanked out of a courtroom because they had finally had enough of him up in their small Vermont village. He had driven a car into the front of a woman's house. He had been shooting pigeons while laying down in his yard because he was too drunk to stand up. He was doing the things that you and I would have done on an average weekend, right? And Roland Hazard and Sebra Graves approached the judge on the day that the judge was going to hear Ebby Thatcher's, give Ebby Thatcher his commitment papers, send him off to a facility because they'd had enough of it. They had enough of it. And fortunately for us, I believe the judge was Sebra Graves' uncle or something. I think it was
Ebby Thatcher.
No, it was Roland Hazard's uncle or something along those lines. And Roland was came from a very well-to-do family. So what happens is that they introduce Ebby to the Oxford Group movement, and Ebby doesn't show up at Bill's house until 6 weeks later. But Ebby, as to Bill's description, was shining, had a new persona about him. He was free on some level. Now, if you listen to Ebby's talks about that night, they're completely different than Bill's. Ebby talks about coming over to have dinner with him and Lois. Right? And Bill remembers sitting there all alone with a hidden bottle of gin and some warm pineapple juice. But I would never listen to you guys unless I knew what you guys were about. I wouldn't listen to you guys and have an experience with you if you hadn't done the things that I'd done. And I had sat before doctors. You know, I remember when I had gotten sick in 1982, I had gotten hepatitis. And I'd gone to see some Indian doctor, and he's like, "Oh, yes, you're going to die. This is terrible. You know, you're going to have severe health problems." I'm like, "Okay, great. When?" He goes, "Well, we don't know." I said, "I'm good." Right? It doesn't matter what you tell me if you don't have the experience that I've had. This common problem is an amazing cement that will bind us together. We are people that would not normally mix, right? Why does an open discussion meeting work for a while for a guy like me? Right? Because all I did was open discussion meetings for about 8 years until it didn't work. Right? It's because that binding is amazing. Because if I sit across from you and you talk about driving up the turnpike at 100 miles an hour and suddenly realizing you can't read the signs because they're backwards on the poles, like I did, you have experienced what I've experienced. And we can share in that. So Eddie shows up at Bill's house, and Bill has never seen him like this. Now, Bill didn't actually drink with Eddie a whole lot. In fact, in this most recent book that I was reading, they talked about only having drank once together. And that was the night they rented the plane. You ever know that story, right? They had just opened the airport up in Vermont by their old home. And Bill, not possessed by any ego or anything, working on Wall Street, says, "Let's rent a plane and we'll go up there and be the first ones to land at the airport." And they meet him with a marching band. Right? Imagine the whole town comes out in a marching band, right? And the door of the plane opens and these guys stumble out and they can't even talk. God, I wish I had done that, but I didn't. But Bill knows the way that Eddie drank. So when he comes to his house that night, however he came, and for whatever reason he came, Eddie honestly wanted Bill to know that there was a solution. He had been given the solution in the Oxford group. And he sat across from Bill, and he started to talk to Bill. And Bill describes it as a fairly peaceful conversation, even in later talks that Bill gave. But Eddie describes it at points where it got more contentious. You know, leave me alone with the God thing. But at the end of the day, what ended up happening for Bill that night is what has happened for me in the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous. Scales of pride and prejudice have slipped from my eyes. I suddenly started to recognize that some of the things that I may have held dear to my heart, that I had run my life on, may not have been accurate. The very first time I had that thought, I get goosebumps when I tell this story. It was April of 1985, and they had just released me from the psychiatric hospital where I was there against my will. They had incarcerated me due to I had tried to set fire to a police officer, and they felt as though it only gets laughs at AA. It doesn't get laughs at company parties. They look at you funny. They felt as though I was a danger to others and myself, so they incarcerated me in a psychiatric hospital. Actually, I was one of only 2 people in 4-point restraints, and when they rolled me into that hospital that morning and put me in the bed and they put me in the room with the other guy in 4-point restraints, I looked over at him. I said, "How you doing?" And he looked back at me and he goes, "Good." My delusion, my perception of the world is so broken, that I thought I was doing okay. Right? I'm doing okay. But when I walked in, they released me from the psychiatric hospital after 30 days when a judge ruled that I was not a danger to myself and to others. That was the actual court proceeding. And the psychiatrist in the hospital had evaluated me and says that, he's not a psychiatric patient. I'm just a garden variety alcoholic. They had given me, like 40 questions. I answered one no, just to make sure I answered one no. Did you drink in the morning? What I didn't explain to them was I didn't stop drinking until I passed out. And that usually ran over, because I had other things that kept me awake, would usually run into multiple days. But I walked into that, and they gave me the opportunity after the psychiatric hospital to either go to prison or to go to a rehab. And I said, "Can you give me 30 minutes? I've got to think about this." Because it wasn't a clear answer to me. You ask a non-alcoholic, do you want to go to prison or to have a spiritual awakening? They're going to go, is this a trick question? You know, not us. We got to think about it. Will I be a rag doll between cells, or will this be like a federal correctional facility? But you know, I ended up in the drug and alcohol unit because I believe God has always been there. Regardless of my actions, God has always been there. I'm the only person who doesn't see. And I walk into the day room that day, and the 12 steps are on the wall. And I read the first step. I didn't know what the word powerless meant, but I was willing to go, yeah, maybe. Right? My life, and I said, my life is not unmanageable. I'm doing okay. Right? I mean, they won't give me a belt because they're afraid of me hanging myself. They won't give me matches, and I think the reason is obvious. And I wasn't admitting to anything. I was not going to admit to anything. I mean, I hung out with guys who, you know, took the code. You know, you never admit to anything. Even if they walk in, you got a gun and the guy's dead on the floor, you don't admit to it. You know, you never admit to anything. I'm not going to admit anything. But the second step kind of really caused me a problem because it says we made a decision to turn our will and our lives that a higher power could restore us to sanity. And I thought, this is a God thing. Don't you hate that? This is a God thing. And I turned to walk out of there, and before my foot hit the floor, a voice in my head said, what happens, Dave, if everything you told yourself is wrong? And I remember that. It was as clear as day. It was a beautiful April day. The sun was streaming through the windows. And I thought to myself, you know, that might be true. That might be true, but then I pushed it aside, right? Because the truth is an uncomfortable place for me to be. I don't know about you guys, but the truth is, what happens if everything I thought is wrong? So Eddie Thatcher shows up, and what has Eddie got? He's got a new truth in his life. He is for a moment in his life set aside the belief that he could run the show. And he's adopted out of desperation. It doesn't matter what my motives are when I arrive here. It really doesn't matter. If she wants to leave, beautiful. If they want to put me in jail, wonderful. You know, if I'm on my, third DUI, that's terrific. Right? Or if one morning I woke up and I said, I need help. It doesn't matter how far down the scales I've gone. Right? My second time to return to Alcoholics Anonymous was not because they wanted to incarcerate me. It was not because, even though she wanted to leave at that point, and that was the impetus to be back here, it was because I knew that I was at the end of the road. I had not been drinking in 2004 when I came back to the rooms. I hadn't been drinking for 2 years. But I could have answered every single thing in the bedevilments 100% true. End of story. I could also have told you why they were the problem, which is not important. But Eddie shows up at Bill's place and he's free. Bill knows what he's about. He's rented the plane, right? He knew Eddie's drinking career. And this guy is sitting there delivering a message that he is free. And he's offering to Bill what's been given to Bill. And when Bill is sitting there listening to what's, Eddie's saying, he's starting to have that icy intellectual mountain unfreeze a little bit in his life. Now, it wouldn't be the end of Bill's drinking, right? We know that. He had one more run left in him. And that day that he went out and got a couple of bottle of beers from the local bodega, on credit, of course, on his wife's credit, of course, and showed up at Towns Hospital holding a beer. He was ready. He was ready. But what does Bill do? So Bill's got Eddie as a sponsor now. He's not doing the work, but he's finally ready to have the experience. And it comes at the most odd moments. If you said to Bill, you really should go out on a real tear because it's going to be your last drunk. I don't know about you. I would have said, yes, that's right. I should. Two bottles of warm beer on a summer day in 1934 ain't going to do it for me. Bill gets sober in Towns Hospital, and it's on the back of Eddie showing up with a variety of religious experiences, which he gives to the William James book. He gets sober on the back of that, and he does the steps with Eddie in the hospital as best he can. And what does he do? He goes out and proselytizes. And for 6 months, he's going every day somewhere where there's a drunk. He's going down to the 1934 was a tough year in America. 1934. There was no hope. It was the nadir of the Depression. People were uprooting their lives in the Midwest. We had what do they call that in the Midwest? The sandstorms, the Dust Bowl. Thank you. The Dust Bowls of the 30. It was those pictures. You've seen them all, the black and white pictures of the people who were just beaten down to the last. And this is America in 1934. And Bill is out at the local drunk places on the Bowery where they had Christian ministry going on, and they're feeding soup to people who have lost everything. And Bill's getting up there and he's proselytizing. He is telling them about how he's found God and everything else, and he's not sharing his experience and what's happening. Bill's staying sober, but he's not getting anywhere. No one's getting sober. And he goes back to Dr. Silkworth and says, I'm not getting anybody sober. It was that point in his life at about 6 months where he's saying, what is this? Am I the only person who's ever going to get this? And Silkworth made a suggestion to him, Bill, why don't you tell them what has happened to you as opposed to telling them what should happen to them? He goes, wow, that sounds like a good idea. And he goes home and talks to Lois, and Lois says, he says to Lois, I'm not getting anybody sober. And Lois says, you're staying sober. And that's how he's prepped to go to Akron in that proxy fight. And that's how he's prepped to go deliver the message. He gets to Akron, as we all know, and he's in the Mayflower, and you can still stand in the lobby of the Mayflower. You can still see where the phone booth was. It's no longer there. They open it up for Founders Day, and it's a great experience. I'd urge you to go. It's usually the second weekend in June for Founders Day. And the bar where the tinkling of glasses and the gay laughter were coming out of is still there. When I was there at Founders Day in 2005, it was a spiritual bookshop. Well, these things work out, right? But and Bill makes the call to 10 ministers off the board that used to be in every hotel room. Where are the churches in town? And gets to Reverend Tunks, who says, I might know somebody, and calls Henrietta Seibling, who calls that's not Lois. What's his wife's name? Ann Smith, thank you. Always forget her name. Ann Smith, and Ann Smith goes, Henrietta, Dr. Bob's here, but he brought me home a potted plant, but he's potted also under the table. So they make their dinner reservations. Now, if you read the history and listen to some talks, Dr. Bob had no intention of meeting with Bill. He was shaky, like Chris so accurately described. He was shaky, and he didn't want to do it. And he shows up at Henrietta's house that night to have dinner, and his son had driven him, and he says, I'm going to give this fellow 15 minutes. But what happens when he walks into that room? Bill doesn't say, I have a plan for you. Here's what you need to do. He goes, no, I'm here to help me stay sober. I'm here to tell you what's happened to me. And he starts talking about his alcoholism. And Dr. Bob, for the first time in his life, starts to hear what it looks like in our common problem. And our common problem becomes evident to Dr. Bob. And Bill Wilson looks good. Right? He's dressed up nicely for this proxy fight. He's trying to take over a company through a proxy battle in Akron. And, Bill has the demeanor of somebody who has recovered from alcoholism. What does the foreword to the first edition talk about? We are 100 men and women who have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. Right? He is not living in the bedevilments. He is not in the middle of page 52. He is free. And he's saying to Dr. Bob, I need your help. This is what has happened to me. And they talk for something like 4 hours. They go in for dinner at 5 and they don't leave the Henrietta's estate till about 11 o'clock that night. But what happens is that Bill Wilson has shown up to be of service, to be with God, to not be full of ego, and to deliver a message of hope and recovery to somebody. He has no expectations. He is not enrolled in the outcome anymore. He is free of that portion of his ego, just for that moment. How blessed are we? How lucky are we? That we would not be here today. We'd be somewhere else, right? I'd probably be in prison, but you guys would probably be out doing something else. And as Chris so aptly put it, Dr. Bob had fear about his 9-step amends. He was afraid to go out. And it was only until after he made those 9-step amends that Dr. Bob became free in order to be of service to you and I. It was only after that. You know, I don't make that up. That's just part of our history. Here's another thing that some of you may know. You know, Dr. Bob, you know, a lot of alcoholics, and I have nothing but the absolute 100% respect for Alcoholics Anonymous, the 12 steps, the 12 traditions, and the concepts, right? And the only requirement is desire to stop drinking. But Dr. Bob was a pill popper. Because Dr. Bob knew from personal experience that when he drank in the morning, it didn't go well. His patients stopped coming. So he started popping pills. And Dr. Bob talks about this. For 2 years after getting sober, Dr. Bob had an overwhelming desire to drink. And I think, and this is speculation on my part, I think it's because he didn't have the opportunity to address that part of what was going on with him. Because it was not popular in that day to be a dope fiend. It was not popular in that day to have a drug problem, especially if you were a doctor. You just did not talk about that. So what does Dr. Bob do? He's got no choice, does he? He throws himself into working with others. He's been given a gift, right? And Henrietta said to Dr. Bob at this point, you know, faith without works is dead, guys, to Bill and Dr. Bob. You need to go out and carry this message. You need to go out and do this thing. So what do they end up doing? They end up going off to the hospital, which would become an integral part of the program that you and I are now members of. You know, and they show up and they find Bill Dotson, AA number 3. Bill Dotson, who was an accomplished attorney, and the last 3 times he had been locked up in Akron Hospital, he had gone home drunk. And the last time he couldn't get home before stopping at the liquor store. He had all the evidence. He was not he had the level of intelligence to understand what the problem was facing him. He had never had someone show up and deliver what it looked like to have a common problem and a common solution. All he knew was that they didn't understand, separation didn't work, and I'm going to end up this way. It's just a terrible situation. And his wife was disappointed. You know, the family is in disarray. And Bill and Dr. Bob show up and they have a talk with him. His wife's not there because it's later in the day. You know, Dr. Bob had called up and spoken to a nurse there and says, you know, you have any corkers down there? You know, you have any drunks down there? I think I may have a solution for alcoholism. And the nurse says to Dr. Bob, have you tried it on yourself? And you know, Dr. Bob shows up and speaks to Bill Dotson that night with Bill, and all they do is give a kind of a little brief introduction to what their drinking looked like. But Bill Dotson is enamored by these guys, but he's still a little befogged and jittery. Right? We're not to carry the message to those who are befogged and jittery because they're not yet ready to hear the whole thing, but we can make our introduction, can't we? And Dr. Bob and Bill asked to come back the next day, and he says, sure, and he goes home, and his wife shows up, Bill Dotson's wife shows up the next day and says, you know, how you doing? And he tells the story of these 2 guys, and she thinks it's alcoholic insanity. She thinks that nobody showed up that night, right? She's been with Bill Dotson for a while. She has a sense of the insanity level. But when they show up the next day and Bill Dotson's wife's there, and he goes, those are the guys I was telling you about. And Bill and Dr. Bob sit at his bedside and they spend hours. If you look at the history, they spent hours with the alcoholics. What they didn't do is hand out their phone number and say, hey, call me when you get really, really desperate, right before you go drink. I'll be here for you. I know it's an 800-pound phone, but pick it up. Back in those days, the phones were actually quite heavy. But Bill Dotson walked a free man out of that hospital. He never drank again. Never drank again. And Bill Dotson didn't actually get very involved in Alcoholics Anonymous. I've read the text of one of his talks given at an AA function many years later, and he's very spiritual. He got very involved with the Oxford group. That doesn't mean that AA doesn't work. It just means that that's the path that Bill chose. It doesn't matter what path we chose for a spiritual awakening. Spiritual awakening is a spiritual awakening. It's how I'm going to get free is by getting free of self. It's not about It's not about, well, I got Chris as a sponsor, so I must be perfect. That's not how it works, right? It's the message that Chris delivers that allows me to get free of self. So the message that Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob delivered to Bill Dotson was a message of hope, and was a message of getting free of self, and was a message of getting God. And when that happens, those two fellows found that they didn't need to drink anymore. And I guess one more quick story before we get into the book, but the concept that I'm going to be successful with working with others, my own personal experience is that I had very, very mixed experience early on. And the reason that I had mixed experience early on was because I didn't have this. I hadn't done all the work, or I had done a half-assed job. Every single time that you would ask me, Dave, are you in the middle of the road? I would say, no, look at what I've done. And in retrospect, and in meditation, looking back over my life, I've never been out of the middle of the road. How crazy is that? There's always been more to do. There's always more to do. It's a level of willingness and honesty that I have to attempt to achieve. And that's freedom from self allows that to happen. But has anybody here heard of Clarence Snyder? Right? Clarence is like the 7th AA maybe? Something, early 10. A little later than that? Yeah. He was one of the early guys. If I'm not mistaken, if I had the story correct, Clarence got put on a train because they were done with Clarence. No, of course we have resentments. They're done with us, I mean, how can they do that to us? But they put Clarence on a train with a pint of scotch and tell him, go see Dr. Bob. He has an answer. And Clarence takes it, and it's a one-way ticket, by the way. They didn't give him a round-trip ticket. Go to, I think he was from, I don't know if he was from Cleveland at that time or whether he was from New York, but they gave him a ticket and said, here's your ticket, here's your pint of booze, go find Dr. Bob. And he pulls up in front of Dr. Bob's office, and on the front door it says, Dr. Robert Holbrook Smith, proctologist. And Clarence thinks to himself, I've never tried that. And but Clarence, Dr. Bob's deal was pretty clear. And I want you to think about this for yourself. Would you do what Dr. Bob did in working with others? Dr. Bob takes Clarence in, goes, are you an alcoholic? Well, yeah, I guess I am. Do you find that you drinking can't stop? Yeah, I do that. Do you find that when you're not drinking, you're thinking about drinking and going back? Yeah, okay, great. Do you believe in God? Yeah. Hit your knees. That's 1, 2, and 3 with Dr. Bob. Now, you're on your knees. You ain't been there a minute, right? Unless you have some questions. Or let me tell you about her. And you're hitting your knees and you're getting, and you're getting with God. And this is what Dr. Bob did. And then he'd have you look at where your shortcomings were, right? And that was an Oxford Group principle. And then he would send you out. You'd be out making amends that same day. That's it. I don't know where this will work a step a year thing came from, but that ain't Dr. Bob. Dr. Bob sponsored 5,000 people. That's the number. And I always thought, well, that's an exaggeration. But I actually looked at it. And he didn't sponsor 5,000 people in the 15 years that he was alive. Right? He actually sponsored 5,000 people probably in about 12 years. Because there was a period in the last year where he was very sick. There was a period in the first year where they didn't have exposure to a lot of people. So you got to think about that for a moment. You never spent days working with Dr. Bob in the steps. Dr. Bob would have you on your knees or you'd be gone. Am I willing to allow the alcoholic the freedom of going out and having the rest of their experience if they're not willing to get with God? Right? Or is my ego attached to them doing what I think they should do? Dr. Bob had no ego attached to it. You're either going to be with God or you're not. And if you're not, there's nothing I can do to help you. If you are attached, we got some work to do. Let's get it done. Let's not talk about it. Let's not theorize about it. Let's not share it. Let's not have the experience of wondering about it. Let's just do it and be done with it. You ever come to your 4-step and go, well, I have to think about this, First time that I actually seriously wanted to do a 4-step, I was Googling 4-step software, And I was at a meeting and I shared this and someone goes, Dave, the steps are in the book. I probably should get a sponsor. And then you get to that 8-step list, and all of a sudden the reality that I'm going to go out and make those amends to people becomes glaring, and I start to bawl. Right? It's not how it was in the early days. Dr. Bob had you out doing that same day. Sister Ignatius. Anybody ever hear of Sister Ignatius? Sister Ignatius is such a gift to us. She was amazing. She worked at the Akron Hospital. She became very good friends with Dr. Bob. She did not want to meet Dr. Bob. And this is by her own admission. What she found was that she was approached by somebody who says, we have this doctor who thinks he can help alcoholics. And her experience with alcoholics wasn't that good. And she didn't, and she was a nun, and she's like, well, I don't really know that I can, this is going to work. And the person said to, the person who was Sister Ignatius' senior said to her, why don't you just meet with Dr. Bob? She goes, okay, well, I'll meet with him and give him a couple of minutes. And she found him to be, he had that kind of Vermont pragmatic, simple charm that just made her know that he was serious about this. So she started to let him into the hospital and to meet with alcoholics. And very quickly he started to say things like this. We need a separate room for these guys. Well, we can't really do that. We're basically booked with paying customers. And some of these guys aren't paying customers. We need a separate room. She made that happen. They had some room that was being used for storage or something, and they started to put the alcoholics in there. Right? And then they got a bigger room. And they started to put alcoholics in there. Who would come by every night? Dr. Bob. Dr. Bob wasn't out at the open discussion meeting, looking for, hot chicks or pithy sayings. He was in this hospital 2 and 3 hours a night. Now, the wonderful gift about this was Ann Smith was just as spiritual as Dr. Bob. In fact, this is an opinion, but she worked tirelessly with alcoholics at her house. She worked tirelessly with people in the Oscar group. She was in the zone. She was rocking and rolling. We never talk about her, really, right? Do we ever really look at what she did? She was amazing. If you said to your wife every night, well, I'm not going to be home for 2 or 3 hours, I'm going to be with a bunch of men who smell, are vomiting, and are living in the center of insanity. My wife would be, well, actually my wife would say, go ahead. But, you fit right in. But Dr. Bob went 2 or 3 hours a night. And what will he do after meeting with these guys and sitting at their bedsides and he was reading the Bible to them or other spiritual literature, Oxford group literature, talking to them about what his experience was, trying to work with these guys. At the end of the night, he'd go down and sometimes he'd pull Sister Ignatius aside and go, tomorrow, send Tom home. Send Tom home, she would say. And this is from a story that I've recounted from one of her talks. What do you mean send Tom home? Aren't we here to help them? He's not ready. Not ready. Dr. Bob didn't care about numbers. He only cared about carrying the message. He only cared about getting this out to other people so that they could have the same experience that he had. It wasn't about how many people called him, sponsor. It wasn't about whether or not he was successful with the alcohol. It was about whether or not he was carrying the message and that people were ready to hear it. And it's an amazing thing. When I read that, I thought, I'd never heard that before. Let's let them go if they're not ready. If we make an adequate presentation of the work and they're not ready, they're not ready. I came into the rooms in 1985. I was not ready until I had a spiritual bottom in 2004. And not in the backs of drinking, but in the backs of a malady that doesn't require alcohol to be killing me. Do you want to go into the book, or you want to stop and come back?
No, we're going to stop about 20 after.
Okay.
All right, sponsorship. Chapter 7 so concerns sponsorship. Now, for anybody that's unaware of where you can find the steps in the book Alcoholics Anonymous, basically, this is where you can find step 1. From the title page to the very first page of We Agnostics. There's a gigantic amount of information that covers step 1. We must be clear on step 1 for our own recovery. We must be clear on step 1 when we're working with others. Step 2 is basically the chapter We Agnostics. Steps 3 and 4 are the chapter How It Works. Steps 5 through 11 is the chapter Into Action. This is where you'll find the instructions or the conclusions that you need to come to be able to move through the steps. Now, as sponsors, it's very, very important that we understand the correct problem. I'll give you an example of this. If you're working with somebody and you're giving them your phone number and you're saying, call me if you feel like drinking, just don't drink, just go to meetings, that's all I want you to do. You're working on a solution that doesn't fit the real problem. The real problem is a powerlessness over alcohol. Now, if someone is powerless over alcohol and you tell them not to drink and go to meetings, you're asking them to do something that they're not going to be able to do. So we have to be very, very clear on step 1 moving forward. There's a power greater than oneself that's going to need to be accessed, or else the individual is not going to be able to stay sober. Now, one of the things that's very, very true in Alcoholics Anonymous today, and I don't even really have a problem with this, is there's a lot of people that show up at AA who are not powerless over alcohol. This book was written for low-bottom 1930 alcoholics. The people who showed up in Alcoholics Anonymous had usually been on bottle gangs, and I mean, it was really, really the bottom of the scale alcoholic. Most of us show up in AA today, and we've not gone down the ladder that far. And in the chapter in the step book on step 1, it says that we started to realize in AA that people were coming in who weren't as bad off as we first alcoholics, so we had to learn to raise the bottom to meet them. Now, the problem with whether someone is powerless over alcohol, and what that means is if you can make the decision to stay away from alcohol on your own unaided will and be able to stay away from alcoholism, you're probably not an alcoholic. But a lot of people show up in Alcoholics Anonymous who basically have made a decision never to drink again, and they don't. And they'll show up in AA and they'll do a lot of fellowship stuff, but they'll never do any of the spiritual work, and they'll still be fine. So there's a lot of people in the recovery rooms like that. Now, as someone who, hopefully, if you're at this workshop, you care about sponsorship, because it is a Chapter 7 workshop. You need to understand that how are you going to know whether you're dealing with somebody that's powerless or not? Unless you see them relapse. How are you going to know? So I think it's important for us to assume that we're working with an alcoholic, because the solution to alcoholism is going to be beneficial whether you're an alcoholic or not. If you're a heavy drinker, if you're somebody that's just had a bunch of DUIs, and this is still going to be a very, very beneficial thing for you. But you have to understand that if you're offering half measures as a sponsor and the person is a real alcoholic, you could be participating in their death, because you're telling them that they don't need the solution, they can have a half a solution. So it's one of the reasons why we think it's very, very important to go over this particular chapter. Now, I'm going to start reading Chapter 7. It's on page 89 of my book. I have a second edition that I'm using today. Practical experience shows that nothing will so much ensure immunity from drinking as intensive work with other alcoholics. I love that sentence. Listen, if you are an alcoholic, if you've been struggling over the years to be able to separate from alcohol, this is an extremely important promise. This promise basically tells you that you will have immunity from alcohol. You won't put it back in your body as long as you engage in the intensive work with other alcoholics that they're going to teach you to do in the rest of this chapter. It's an incredible promise. Listen, I came into Alcoholics Anonymous to separate from alcohol. I knew alcohol was going to kill me, and I couldn't stop drinking. For 2 years prior to showing up in AA, I desperately tried to stop drinking. This is what it would look like for me. And each of us has to come to the conclusion ourselves how the first step's truth applies to us. Now, here's how the obsession of the mind applied to me. I would come to every single morning wearing the clothes that I passed out in the night before. Anybody pass out in here? Yeah, absolutely. I would pass out. I would come to somewhere in the middle of the night, and I'd struggle from the floor because I always passed out in a chair and then landed on the floor. So I would get up, I would crawl back in, I would crawl into bed, and I'd try to sleep the rest of the night. Well, I'd wake up in the morning with the alarm going off. I had a terrible job. I was a bad electrician for a bad contractor. It was a terrible job, but I worked, you know. So I would come to about 15 minutes before I'd have to leave, and I'd stagger into the bathroom. I'd do my vomiting calisthenics, and, you know, I'd brush my teeth, and I'd throw water on my face, and I'd be like, oh. And listen, I am telling you, alcoholics don't have hangovers. Not low-bottom alcoholics like me. That's not a hangover. That is alcohol poisoning. You have put so much alcohol in your body that your body is rejecting you. You know, your body wants to throw it up. Your body wants you to feel as bad as possible because it does not want you to do that again. You know what I mean? Now, I would be shattered, just shattered, and I'd make my way out to my car, and, you know, I had a $100 car, and it was busted up. I mean, you know, it was a piece of crap. No mufflers, no clutches, you know, no heaters. And I'd make my way to my bad job. And the whole way there, I would be saying, you know, I can't keep doing this. I don't want to feel like this anymore. Tonight is going to be the night where I don't drink. I'm not going to drink tonight. I have got to stop killing myself like this. And so the whole morning, if you would put a lie detector around my wrist and you would ask me, Chris, is tonight the night that you're going to stop drinking? I was absolutely convinced that tonight was the night I'm going to stop drinking. The polygraph expert would say, this guy's telling the truth. You can put money on him. He's done drinking. He means it. He's telling the truth. You know, but what would happen is I'd get about half a sandwich down. I'd be rehydrated. You know, I have to drink about a half a gallon of liquid to rehydrate. And I would start to feel a little bit human about an hour before quitting time. And I'd start to think to myself, you know I made that decision this morning to quit drinking for good and all. That's kind of an overreaction, I think, to this whole thing. You know, I'm starting to feel a little bit better, and you know, a couple of drinks would really make me feel even more better. You know, I'm gonna have to modify this decision that I made in this one, and I'm gonna have to stop at the liquor store on the way home, and I would stop at the liquor store, I'd buy another quart of vodka or whatever, and I'd drink it, and I'd be done drinking the whole quart by like 8 o'clock, and I'd be passed out on the floor again, and the whole thing would... Now listen, I meant it in the morning that I wanted to stop drinking. I meant it. What happens is the obsession of the mind, it's a thought that leapfrogs ahead of every rational thought, every logical thought, and it's a thought that we don't have control over because it's the insanity of alcoholism, putting alcohol back in our body, knowing that we should not do so. That is the insanity of alcohol. That is the obsession of the mind. That is one piece of step one. The other piece of step one is, once I start drinking, you know, it'd be fine if I had the obsession to drink, and I only had one. Okay? Just one drink. You know, there are people that do that. There are people that come home from work, they have a Manhattan, and then they have supper, and then maybe a Burgundy after dinner, and that's it for the night, right? That's not how I drank. What happened to me was, this is a biological, physiological craving. When alcohol goes into my body, it is metabolized differently because I'm an alcoholic. The metabolic process is different. And what happens is, it creates the phenomenon of craving, or the allergy to alcohol. What does that look like? How does that present to me? It presents in, the first drink always does one thing. It asks for the second drink. The second drink demands the third insists on the fourth. And what happens is when I get up off of the floor after I've passed out, I almost invariably have a brand new drink of bourbon and Coke this big, like with half a pint of bourbon in it. Now, why in the world would I have made a drink that big 5 seconds from passing out? It's because of the phenomenon of craving. The more alcohol in my body, the more I crave it. Has anybody in here ever snorted cocaine? Did you ever say to yourself, just one more line and I'm good? Did you ever keep snorting until you were chirping like a squirrel? Same kind of thing. Cocaine creates a phenomenon of craving which asks for more cocaine. It's the same thing with alcohol, with me. Now, that is basically the first step. And that's pretty bad, except for the dash. There's powerlessness over alcohol are those two things. I can't stay away from it when I'm not drinking, and I can't stop drinking it when I'm drinking. So my problem, it's not a big problem. It's just when I'm not drinking and when I'm drinking. If it wasn't for that, I'd be fine. Okay? You know what I mean? But the real problem is after the dash, that my life had become unmanageable. Now, when you go through this book, it starts to paint a perfect picture of unmanageability. It's stretched throughout this book. Unfortunately, there's not a chapter on unmanageability. It's all through this book. And how does it present in me? It presents this way. On a good day, I'm restless, irritable, and discontented. I'm talking about before I go to the liquor store. I am restless, irritable, and discontented. On a normal day, I'm prey to misery, depression, self-centered fear, guilt, shame, remorse, anxiety, resentment. Does anybody understand those emotions? That's what alcoholism really is. On a bad day, it's the hideous four horsemen: terror, frustration, bewilderment, despair, pitiful and incomprehensible demoralization. All those states of consciousness are explained in this book, and they all relate to the unmanageability of alcoholism without a drink. Okay? Without a drink. We take our own lives 60 times more prevalently than non-alcoholics. Alcoholics have a 60% chance, 60 times more likely to commit suicide than non-alcoholics, because we can't take that pitiful and incomprehensible demoralization one more time. And that's usually sober. We normally kill ourselves sober. Sometimes drunk, but definitely when we're in these states. Now, that is the first step. It's bleak and it is ugly. That's what the first step is. That's what they explain in this book. Now, alcoholism is an illness of minimization. Sometimes we don't really fully understand this because of the mental state that we're in. We're basically in a state of delusion. They usually try to tie alcoholism into denial. Listen, folks, denial is saying something like, we're not in a church basement, knowing we're in a church basement. Delusion is thinking that we're in a palace, and we really think that. You know what I mean? We're not in a church basement, this is a palace. Delusion is much more serious than denial, and that's what we suffer from. We have belief systems that are incorrect, and the thing is alcoholism. One of the aspects of alcoholism is an almost utter inability to make a self-appraisal. In other words, we're always in much more trouble than we think we are. Anybody in here sponsor people? I know a number of you do. Have you ever looked at somebody like they're crazy because they come to you and their life is on fire, they burnt their life down, and their whole life is in flames, and you go, okay, you definitely have alcoholism. You understand that? Yeah. You definitely have to do some work here to experience recovery. You understand that? Yeah. Okay, then come over to my house tomorrow night and we'll get working on the steps. come over your house? Oh, wow, man. Like, I don't know. Like Bill over there told me all I need to do is be the cookie guy. You know? And you're looking at him like you're dying. You are a dead man walking. And you want to be the cookie guy. That's all you're willing to do. You know, are you crazy? You're dying. And so, like, this is what happens if you sponsor a lot. You look at these people like they're totally, they have an inability to accurately assess, you know, their own problem, how much trouble they're in. So there's a process, and he's going to start to cover it in this book. The process is a process of identification. There's a process of identification. I'm going to tell a story, and then we're going to break a minute. We've already got through one sentence of this chapter, by the way, everybody. So we're making good time. Now, I get a call. I'm embarrassed even to say this. I get a call from one of my ex-wives. Okay. Now, does that sound alcoholic or what? And you know, I'm sober a while, and she calls me up and she goes, my brother Mike is in the hospital. His drinking caught up with him. He's in really bad shape. Could you go see? I know you're in that AA thing, you know. Could you go see him and see if you could help him? And I said absolutely. Now, this guy Mike had been drinking about 30 years straight. I knew him from the mid 70s, and he was bad then. This was in like 2003. So he'd been drinking quite a bit, and literally he was living in a motel, and he had a terrible job, and he's lost his family, and his family didn't want to talk to him, and he had a $10 car. I mean, you know, the whole thing, the whole 9 yards. But he was in the hospital with congestive heart failure. Now, when you have congestive heart failure, that basically means that you can't process the liquids, so you blow up like the Michelin Man, and it's all water weight, right? And so he's in the hospital, like blown up like the Michelin Man, this close to dead because of his drinking. And I say to myself, you know what? He's in the hospital. He's in the hospital, just like back in the day. Okay, I'm gonna do this old school. I'm gonna do this Dr. Bob style. And what I did was I got about 12 of my guys together. And I said, Harry, what I want you to do is I want you to go and I want you to sit down next to his bed in the hospital. I want you to introduce yourself and I want you to tell him your story. Don't talk about him. Tell him your story. If he wants to talk, fine. You got an hour. All right, Joe, you're gonna go in there. You're gonna go in there at 12. Bill, you're gonna go in there at 2. In other words, I set these 12 guys up so 6 of them a day would go in there and tell their story. By like the 11th guy, he calls me up and he goes, Okay, I'll join this AA thing. Just stop sending them. Stop sending them. Now, by that time, he understood that we were the club that he needed to belong to. You understand? And all of a sudden, he was our cookie maker. He was our coffee maker, and he was going through the steps with the guy that he identified most with that visited him at the hospital, a guy named Harry. Okay? Now, unfortunately, his congestive heart failure had gone a little bit too far. He didn't survive but a couple of years after that. But I understood the efficacy of what it talks about in this chapter. You want best practices for carrying the message to somebody? Do it old school. You know, we are so about, you know, giving somebody our phone number or telling them I'll be over in an hour and you're getting in the car. You know, and I'm taking you to a meeting. Listen, all of that stuff is good. Bill Wilson used to say, though, the good is sometimes the enemy of the best. What is the best? The best is this old school. I've experienced it myself. And where you can pull something like that off, do it that way. Do it that way because I'm telling you, these guys, they did this almost for a living. None of them had jobs. It was the Depression and everything else. None of them worked. You know, so they just did this AA stuff like constantly. And they learned best practices, and they put best practices in this book. Listen, did they try 13th stepping the women? Yes. Did it work? No. So they didn't put it in the book. You know what I mean? They put the stuff in the book that worked. All right, we're gonna take about we're gonna be back. Let's get back here around 10:30. Okay, let's take a break. All right, everybody, we are gonna get started. So practical experience shows that nothing will so much ensure immunity from drinking as intensive work with other alcoholics. So that being said, and that being true, it's certainly true from my experience, and it's true from my experience with those about me, on this journey of recovery. Let's really pay attention to what they mean by intensive work with other alcoholics. I don't necessarily believe that intensive work with other alcoholics is giving somebody your phone number at a meeting because you know they're never going to call. That doesn't seem to me like intensive work with other alcoholics. Now, there are service commitments, and there are commitments bringing the message into rehab, and all those things are really, really good as well. They're really good as well, but they're not what this chapter is going to be talking about. This chapter is talking about one-on-one, basically sponsorship. It wasn't known as sponsorship prior to this book, really. The origins of sponsorship happened because in Towns Hospital and with Sister Ignatia, I forget exactly what hospital that Dr. Bob was working out of. What would happen is the hospitals would insist on someone taking responsibility for an admission. Who is sponsoring this person? When they leave without paying a bill, who can I talk to? It's basically how sponsorship started. And it developed into what we have today, which is kind of you give someone spiritual consent to be completely honest with you, and you work with them on your spiritual growth. And that's basically what sponsorship looks like today. It says, when it works when other activities fail. This is our 12th suggestion. Carry this message to other alcoholics. Now, this message, this is where there's a lot of gray area today where there shouldn't be. Now, I'm really close to a guy who was basically a delegate in the Alcoholics Anonymous General Service structure, and he was asked to send this up the flagpole and get a definitive answer on it, because what would happen is there was a lot of workshops that would be on carrying the message. Carrying the message. We're going to carry the message. We're going to carry the message. Well, every once in a while, there's going to be a debate with, okay, define the message. What is that? And a lot of people had different opinions on what the message was that we were supposed to carry. So he sent the question up to the General Service Office. And it took like 2 years to finally get them to answer, because a lot of times they don't want to engage in controversy, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But the answer he got back, and really the only reason I think he got an answer was because he was high enough down the vertical in the service structure to be able to really push him for an answer. The answer he got back was this, and this is the root of the problem with Alcoholics Anonymous today. This was what the answer was. The message is anything your group wants it to be. This was an official answer from Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, if you look at the pamphlets and you look at a lot of the current literature and everything, you'll understand why that was the answer. They want to be as liberal as possible with fellowship perspective. They don't want to lose anybody. They want to be as inclusive as they possibly can. But that's just not true, that whatever your group wants it to be can be the message. That's being too liberal. Because if you go back to the basic text of Alcoholics Anonymous, it's very, very clear what the message is. The message is the transformational experience that you will get from the 12 steps. That's what the message is. And in this chapter, it's saying carry this message. carrying the message of the preceding chapters, which are the instructions for the first 11 steps. You can help when no one else can. You can secure their confidence when others fail. Remember that they are very ill. Here's some promises that come at you right away. Every time there's an action step in this book, there's a set of promises that will materialize if you work for them. Another pet peeve I have is going to an AA meeting where they read the 12 promises. The 12 promises. Like that's all you're going to get, folks. There's 12 promises and that's it. And you know what? They don't even tell you how you're supposed to get them. You know, they only read the part of the promises that makes you think, if you're a newcomer, that you're going to get those promises by sitting in a chair. You know, usually the promises that they read are the 9-step promises. But here are a couple of 12-step promises. Life will take on new meaning. To watch people recover, to see them help others, to watch loneliness vanish, to see a fellowship grow up about you, to have a host of friends. This is an experience you must not miss. We know you will not want to miss it. Frequent contact with newcomers and with each other is the bright spot of our lives. Now, if you've had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, frequent contact with newcomers is going to be the highlight of your life because it's going to offer you people to work with. If you haven't had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, frequent contact with newcomers is not going to be the highlight of your life. You're going to be the type of person who's, oh my God, you know, here the people from the Hatch are sharing again in my meeting. Oh my God. You know, there they go. You know, there goes the VA guys again. I mean, that's how you're going to approach it. You know, in my meeting, you know, I want to hear you. Now, if you've had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, you're going to see opportunity. You're going to see newcomers as opportunity to carry this message to them, because it's incredibly beneficial to you when you do that. Perhaps you're not acquainted with any drinkers. Now it's going to start to explain how to find prospects. This is basically the language that they use. A prospect is somebody who might be susceptible to working with you. You know, it's a possible opportunity. A protege is someone who's started working with you, and a friend is somebody who's done the steps and is now working with other people. Those are the three descriptives of people working with. It's not sponsor-sponsee. It's not hierarchical. You know what I mean? It's not like you as a sponsor, you're going to own this person the rest of their lives. It's a very freeing procedure as it's laid out in this book. But they're going to start to talk about how and where you can find alcoholics. Now remember, when this book was written, there were 2 meetings. And they were basically Oxford group meetings. They weren't even AA meetings yet. They changed the name to AA meetings after this book was published. So there were just Oxford group meetings. And they were hoping that this book would be mailed all over the country and people would read it, do what it says, recover from alcoholism, and then start working with others. That's really what they expected during the writing of this book. So they're going to tell you how to find some alcoholics. I'll say, before we even get started on this, you want to know where you can find the largest amount of still sick and suffering alcoholics in the world?
Yeah.
Right in the middle of Alcoholics Anonymous meetings. And you can tell by the way they share. It's going to be like this. Self, 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 me, I, me, mine. That's the best way to tell whether somebody is still sick or suffering. It's going to be all about them. They're going to share something like this. Well, you know, anybody that wasn't here last week, you know, when I was talking about my family, you know, I want to bring you up to speed. You know, this is what's going on with Aunt Fanny and Uncle Fudd. You know, they're making my life miserable. You know, that is an opportunity. Somebody like that. That is somebody that's never experienced the steps, or else they wouldn't be sharing like that. So again, not that I judge anything.
Scientific observation.
Yeah, just merely observation. Perhaps you're not acquainted with any drinkers who want to recover. You can easily find some by asking a few doctors, ministers, priests, or hospitals. They will be only too glad to assist you. Don't start out as an evangelist or a reformer. Unfortunately, a lot of prejudice exists. You will be handicapped if you arouse it. Ministers and doctors are competent, and you can learn much from them if you wish, but it happens that because of your own drinking experience, you can be uniquely useful to other alcoholics. So cooperate, never criticize. To be helpful is our only aim. Because of your drinking experience, you can be uniquely useful. I signed myself into a treatment center in early 1989. I recognized the fact that if I continued drinking the way I was going to drink, the way I was drinking, I was going to die in a matter of months, if not years. I was going to die. I was going to drink myself to death. So I signed myself into Happy Hills, okay? Now, in Happy Hills, there was a number of counselors. There was this one counselor, I don't even remember her name, but every single time she would introduce herself at group, that's about all I went to. I went to group all the time, where you sit in a big circle and you complain about your day. You wonder where closed-minded discussion meetings came from, folks? They came from bad treatment centers. That's exactly where it came from. Anyway, so I'm sitting in group, and this one counselor, every single time she'd start to talk, she would introduce herself like this. My name is so-and-so. I'm an adult child of an alcoholic. Now, I didn't know anything about recovery. I didn't know anything about groups like ACOA. I had no idea what was going on. I just knew that that's a really funny way to introduce yourself, Like, what should I do? I should raise my hand saying, my name is Chris. I'm a psychotic alcoholic of a librarian. You know what I mean? Is that how I should start every sentence? What are you talking about, But the thing is she was not an alcoholic, and she would ask me stupid questions. Now, this one time, I'm raving about something, like somebody did this and somebody did that. And you know how we are in early recovery. It's like we're being attacked from all sides. We are the horse's ass, but what we see is that we're being attacked from all sides. Now she stops me. She goes, Chris, whoa, wait a minute. I need to ask you something. I'm like, what? She goes, tell me, are you happy, sad, mad, or glad? I'm like, what? I had no clue how to even answer that. If you're a newly sober alcoholic, you have every emotion jammed into a ninja blender turned on 10. And they're popping out of the lid. You don't know what kind of emotions you have. I felt like saying I'm homicidal and I'm looking right at you, lady. Are you nuts? Now, an alcoholic would not be stupid enough to ask somebody that's raving from untreated alcoholism if they're happy, sad, mad, or glad. Now, but there was a counselor, his name was Charlie, right? And he was an old alcoholic. He's been in AA 25 years. And he looked me right in the eye and he said, Chris, you're full of crap. And I was like, this guy nailed me. And he talked about his own experience. He talked about his own drinking, and he had me. He had me at full of crap. Yeah, you know what I mean? and this guy was an alcoholic, and I listened to him. Do you think I listened to the happy, sad, mad, or glad lady? Are you kidding me? So our experience is uniquely useful for alcoholics. This is why doctors and priests, they're 99% of the time they just can't get through to us because we just don't believe they understand. We just don't think they understand. When you discover a prospect for Alcoholics Anonymous, find out all you can about him. If he does not want to stop drinking, don't waste time trying to persuade him. You may spoil a later opportunity. Now, this is very important because I used to think working with others meant I had to get somebody sober or they'd make me look bad. You know what I mean? Like my guys don't drink. I am unattached. I am unattached today to whether somebody I'm working with is drinking or not because I know I am not God. I am merely a message carrier. I am merely a vehicle, to put in front of these people. And if they're not ready, if it's not their time, it's just not gonna work. you may spoil a later opportunity. You know, if we're too hard, if we're too heavy-handed on these people, they may believe that, you know, they may drink and then think, I'm not going back to AA. They telling me what to do and criticizing me, telling me to take the cotton out of my ears and stuff it in my mouth and shut up and keep it simple, stupid. I'm not going back there. You know, we could really be doing some damage. So let's not extend too much effort on somebody who's not done drinking yet. This advice is given for the family also. They should be patient, realizing they are dealing with a sick person. If there's any indication he wants to stop, have a good talk with the person most interested in him, usually his wife. Get an idea of his behavior, his problems, his background, the seriousness of his condition, and his religious leanings. You need this information to put yourself in his place to see how you would like him to approach you if the tables were turned. This 12-step work is very respectful. We're to be very, very respectful to the alcoholic. This attitude sometimes where we're brutal and we're demeaning and we're critical. I don't know where that came from. I don't believe it's in the basic philosophy of Alcoholics Anonymous. I think we're supposed to be very, very respectful. We're supposed to look upon these people like they're ill. You know, if Dave had cancer and he was complaining about cancer, would I tell him, would you just shut up and take the cotton out of your ears and stick it down your throat, you know, and talk when I ask you questions? I mean, would I be disrespectful like that? Look, alcoholism is the same thing. It's an illness. You know, probably the biggest mistake ever in alcoholism treatment was the belief that came out of Synanon and some of the other early treatment processes whereby you would put a therapeutic community together and you would shame someone and beat someone down over the course of months, and you'd shave half of their head and make them beg to have the other half shaved. You know, that's been seen. The outcomes theories and the evidence-based theories have shown that kind of treatment to alcoholics is probably the worst thing you can do. You know, they took a prison release model and jammed the alcoholics and the drug addicts into it, and that's not how we respond most. You know, we respond to people that are rational and respectful, because we are really good at keeping people out of our lives that make us uncomfortable. You know, that's what we do. That's what we do best. And they're saying here is get an idea of what this person looks like. Try to learn as much as you can about them. You know, sometimes there's no loved ones to talk to. You know, the best way then is to just listen a little bit and learn about them. We are supposed to learn as much as we can about them, just like a salesman would. If a salesman is selling you something, they're going to want to know as much about you as possible so that they can mold the sales approach to fit your needs and what you feel is important. The same thing is true when we're approaching an alcoholic. We need to know a little bit about their history so we can put ourselves in their place. You know, it really is a sales job. How we're supposed to sell it is we're supposed to share our experience, strength, and hope. We're supposed to offer that in a way that these alcoholics can identify with us, because once they identify, once they're like Charlie, you know, the old drunk AA counselor, and I can identify with them, once that identification takes place, we're going to take what they say seriously. We're not going to discount them like they're half a wacko that just wants to know whether we're happy, mad, sad, or glad. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Who here has actually spent the time to go meet the family of an alcoholic when asked to do work with them? Anybody? A couple of hands, right? It doesn't seem to be the typical thing that we do in Alcoholics Anonymous today. We just feel, you know, listen, if he's not wandering into the Tuesday night, meeting, then, well, I got nothing to offer him. But I went back in some work that I've done recently, and I looked at what the instructions are, and it's very specific. We are to meet with the family, not only to get an understanding of who they are, but to get an understanding, but to let them know who we are too. Who is that guy Bob who, you keep calling at midnight, in hushed tones from the bathroom? Well, I'm Bob. And I remember being so tied up in the outcome of what might happen. Like if someone made the absolutely incredible mistake of asking me to sponsor them, that I wanted to, be available and be in charge of the outcome. And one of the guys who I worked with early on was down the Jersey Shore, and he was a really nice fellow, and he was on a probation out of a local prison. He had a disagreement with the local authorities about at the rate of speed he was allowed to drive on the parkway, and when to stop. They put the lights on, you're supposed to stop, and the helicopter is following him and stuff. So he had done some time, but not a lot of time. But here was the deal: he could be out. If he just did certain things, and he seemed to be enthusiastic, and I enjoyed speaking with him, and I met him for the first step, and I met him for the second step, and we met on the beach for the third step. Isn't it sweet, Well, what's on my profile page? Well, I like sunsets and long walks on the beach with alcoholics, But we go to meet do the third step on the beach, and we're sitting on the beach, and I'm trying to present the third step the best I can. And what I had done before we go into the beach was I had met with his wife. Wonderful woman. I hadn't quite gotten an opportunity to sit down with her and to find out all I could about him, nor did I get an opportunity to tell her all about me. And I'm on the beach with this fellow, and we're chatting, and all of a sudden his cell phone rings, and he goes, "I have to take this." And I said, "Okay." He goes, "It's my probation officer," because his ankle bracelet, was out of zone. And so he's telling the guy, "Yeah, I'm on the beach with my sponsor." And he hangs up, and then we start talking about the third step. He goes, "Yeah, I can't turn my will and life over to the care of God." I go, "There's nothing I can do for you. Your ankle bracelet's out of zone. You don't want to get with God. What can I do?" But what does she think? Did Alcoholics Anonymous fail him? Does she think that Dave failed him? Right? What does she think? I've never heard from him again. I have no idea what happened. He might be fine. I don't know. So what I've started to do is because the instructions are in this book, and because they were so incredibly painstaking about the amount of time and energy that it would take to write this book, and the little bit of resources they had to do this, they were scraping by when they wrote this book. They wanted it to be as accurate as to what had happened to them with the 70-some-odd people that were sober when they put pen to paper to write this book. It was about 100 when they published, which is how we have 100 men and women. They were painstaking about it, and what they did was they included families early on, so I started to do that. The penultimate person who asked me to sponsor them, I said, "Okay, that's fine. I have to meet with your significant other." Why? Well, I'm going to let her know all about you, I said, "No," because that's what the instructions are in the book. And I said, you've read that? She goes, "Yeah, I have read that." I said, "But nobody does that." I said, "Why not?" Right? We've got to sit down and we've got to meet with the family. And I took the time to meet with this person, and we actually had coffee a couple of weeks ago, and we sat down and we went through what the responsibilities are of an Alcoholics Anonymous member. What are the responsibilities, both as someone who's doing the presentation of the work, as well as the person who's going through the work? What does the Alcoholics Anonymous program seek to offer us? Right? It's not meant for me to get involved in the rodeos, the roundups, the conferences, the workshops, all that stuff. It's not for me to get involved in sober softball. It's not for me to become, some sort of, a religious person or anything else. Right? It's a simple message. Trust God, clean house, help others. And this is what I explained to her. And at the end she goes, "That sounds really great. I want to do that." Right? She wants to do that stuff. And she goes, "Dave, members of my family do that, and they're not alcoholics, and they just do it naturally." I go, "Yeah, our problem seems to be pretty simple, doesn't it? The rest of the world seems to be able to do this." I've done it a couple of other times, and it's always been fruitful in the sense that those of us involved in the process had a better understanding of each other when leaving. Right? Let's get into the book. Sometimes it is wise to wait till he goes on a binge. The family may object to this, but unless he is in a dangerous physical condition, it is better to risk it. Don't deal with him when he is very drunk, unless he is ugly and the family needs your help. Wait for the end of the spree, or at least for a lucid interval. Then let his family or a friend ask him if he wants to quit for good, and if he would go to any extreme to do so. If he says yes, then his attention should be drawn to you as a person who has recovered. right? You should be described to him as one of a fellowship who, as part of their own recovery, try to help others and who will be glad to talk to him if he cares to see you. So, there have been times in my life where I was unwilling to hear this message. There were times where I would show up and you could give me some piece of this message and I was unwilling to get it. Should I be allowed to go on a binge? Anybody here ever recommend controlled drinking to somebody? That feels awkward, doesn't it? Like, who am I to tell you to go on controlled drinking? But it talks about controlled drinking, right? It talks about it in the book. Is there something wrong with that? It is not my place to be in charge of what you do. It is not my place to mix words or mince words. It is not my place to be afraid in the process. Am I free enough to be open to this idea that I should say to you, well, maybe the drinking part isn't over for you. Maybe you should examine that. Maybe you should try some controlled drinking. Right? I'm going to tell you this. Most of the alcoholics that I worked with who've gone on to drink, we're going to do it no matter what I said. Right? I'm not God. It doesn't happen that way. If he does not want to see you, never force yourself upon him. Neither should the family hysterically plead with him to do anything, nor should they tell him much about you. Where are they going to get those instructions from? They're going to get instructions from me when I'm sitting down with them explaining to the process. Why should I never force myself upon you? Who here thinks that's successful? Right? Who here has ever been able to impart knowledge to another alcoholic who wasn't ready to hear the knowledge? Yeah, it's like trying to throw a cat out of a canoe. That cat does not want to go. The alcoholic doesn't want to get the message. That's okay. Right? It's okay. It's not my place. It's not my role to be there when you're not ready. It's my place and my role to be there when you are. Okay? That is my role. To be effective and prepared to be available to you when you're ready to have a spiritual experience. And hopefully on a journey to have a spiritual awakening. No one that I've ever met in the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous who can identify as being an alcoholic has ever been in the wrong place. They've always been in the wrong place in my opinion. They've always been in the wrong place in my judgment. I've never been in the wrong place. Each trial and tribulation, each time that I had a hard time with this, was a time that I needed to learn what that looked like. And it's a gift, right? Is that person's drunk a gift? Right? When I'm playing God, the answer is no, he didn't do the right things. When the answer is yes, it's part of their process. Right? Don't misunderstand what I just said. I don't want anyone to have a moment of pain in their life more than what they have now. Not a moment. But I'm not in charge of that. I need to have exactly the amount of pain I've had in my life. Every single trial and tribulation, every single sad moment, every single moment where things went my way and didn't work out. They should wait for the end of his next drinking bout. You might place this book where you can see it just to cause a resentment. No. Where you can see it in the interval. Here no specific rule can be given. The family must decide these things, but urge them not to be over anxious, for that might spoil matters. Can we really turn somebody off to Alcoholics Anonymous? We might, but that might be what they need to go through. Right? That just means that if I'm centered, I'm not playing God. I'm not going to be over anxious. I'm going to know that this is going to be okay. Am I prepared on a daily basis to deliver a cogent, clear, concise, precise message of what's been delivered to me? Have I removed the arrogance, the ego, and the preconceived notions from the message and just put it out there? If you hear that, that's what I'm supposed to do. Nothing else goes beyond that. I am a paper boy. I'm not a news editor. It's really that simple. I'm not in charge of what happens after the paper hits the driveway. Usually the family should not try to tell your story, so don't sell me on this guy. When possible, avoid meeting a man through his family. Approach to a doctor or an institution is a better bet. If your man needs hospitalization, he should have it, but not forcibly unless he is violent. Let the doctor, if he will, tell him he has something in the way of a solution. So we're talking about the presentation of the common solution. When your man is better, the doctor might suggest a visit from you. Though you have talked with the family, leave them out of the first discussion. Under these conditions, your prospect will see he is under no pressure. He will feel he can deal without you without being nagged by his family. Call on him while he is still jittery. He may be more receptive when depressed. Anybody here ever been depressed? Anybody here ever been depressed in Alcoholics Anonymous? Isn't that depressing? Right? I remember one time showing him at a man's house, and what had happened was he had reached out to somebody else who he knew was in AA, and that person in AA said, you know what, I can't come tonight, but I want you to meet my friend Dave. Dave will basically go anywhere and do anything at any time, so he's really your only choice at this point. And I showed up with 2 big books, and he was ensconced in the basement. We ever retreat to our bunker, our lair, right? When they're not treating us right, the man cave or the woman cave, however you might want to say it, right? I'm not sure what you actually call that, right? But we retreat, right? The battle of alcoholism is ongoing at home, and I got to retreat. I got to go hide someplace. And I show up that night, and I deliver a big book to the counter in the kitchen because the wife was unreceptive to meeting with me, and I deliver a big book to this fellow, and I speak to him. He was still shaking. He had cleaned up for me. You ever see that in an alcoholic where they just come out of the shower and they're all like, look good. Well, at least you took a shower. I mean, that's better than I did in the first couple of years. And I made an impression, right? I gave him my story. I talked about what had happened. I talked about the things that had caused me a problem. I talked about my shortcomings. I talked about my failings. I talked about the freedom and how that came over time. But it was only on the backs of doing the work. And he seemed very receptive. I had a great time. And he called me like 3 more times after that, and that was it. Right? I didn't force the issue. I didn't make a further phone call. Right? Because I knew I'm not in charge of the outcome. Right? I've also met with people who were jittery, who in the middle of the conversation wanted out. You ever meet one of those people? I got to do what with God? Listen, I'm late. I got to return a VHS. I'll see you in a little while. And off they go. I've had people purposefully say, no, I can't do. I don't get the second step. I'll see you later. In the middle of 1, 2, 3 presentation. Right? Not my choice, not my power, not my control. I don't have anything to do with them. Right? Meet them when they're jittery. Meet when they're not jittery. See your man alone, if possible. At first, engage in general conversation. After a while, turn the talk to some phase of drinking. Tell him enough about your drinking habits, symptoms, and experiences to encourage him to speak of himself. If he wishes to talk, let him do so. You will thus get a better idea of how you ought to proceed. If he is not communicative, give him a sketch of your drinking career up to the time you quit. But say nothing for the moment of how that was accomplished. Why do we need to avoid that? Who here has ever had a resentment when they heard the word God spoken in a meeting? All right. Those who didn't raise their hand, what are you thinking? For real. I meet people who come into the rooms and they got the God thing right off the bat. Floors me. I don't know about you. I'm like, really? Seriously? Because the truth of the matter is, everything that I did in building up the ability to stay out there was all about creating a delusion. Right? I'm going to build the Death Star of a delusion. You're not going to be able to get into that baby. I'm going to make you wrong in some form or another. I'm going to fashion this world to be bad to me where I'm the victim, right? Or I'm the martyr. Right? Or in some manner, way, shape, or form. I'm going to take every single one of the 7 deadly sins, use that as a foundation stone for deciding how this is going to look. Right? I'm going to plaster that with ego, pride. I'm going to plaster that with selfish actions. I'm going to plaster that with lies. You ever get to a place where you've told so many lies, you just hope 2 people don't come in the same place at the same time? Because, oh my God, what am I going to say? Oh, Jesus. Oh. Well, I remember one time I was dating these 2 women who didn't know about each other, and they were both friends. How'd that work out? Not so good, right? And I build this delusion. It's absolute, undenying delusion. And one of the pieces that I have to place inside this delusion is that nothing can fix me. There is nothing inside of there that will fix what's wrong with me. And I knew about God. I knew that God existed. I had decided at that point in my life that God was the televangelist, God was the Muslim Brotherhood, God was whatever was the personal selfish manifestation of the extremist in any particular religion. Right? That's what I saw God as. Because when I placed God into that place, I didn't have to have God in my life. Part of the delusion that goes in there. But ultimately, and deep down inside of me, like it talks about, we needed and wanted God, deep down inside of me, I knew, right, the failure was me. I knew it. But I'm not going to admit that. So if I'm laying on the bed when you walk through the door and you start talking about God out of the door, right, I'm going to go, whoa, check the next room, right? There's a more receptive person there because this person's not receptive. Right? So if I'm combative, if I'm incommunicative, now, am I willing to see that with somebody else? Right? Am I willing to give them the message as it exists without causing them to be resentful right out of the bat, without causing them to be immediately shut down to what might actually occur? Right? We all get a feeling. Where does that come from? The intuitive thought. It comes from prayer and meditation. It comes from having the experience. My experience with doing, I did a 10-11 call this morning with somebody. My experience with doing a 10-11 call with somebody was based upon every single thing that has happened up until that moment in my life. Every single moment that I spent working with other alcoholics, every single moment I tried getting free of me was available if I was with God when I picked up that phone this morning. Right? If I came into that with self, it's not available. The same thing happens when I'm sitting in a hospital room and I'm trying to present a message that there is actually a solution to our common problem. Right? Am I there for my ego? Many times the answer has been yes. Right? Am I there to look good? Yes. Am I there for this? Am I there for that? Ultimately, God speaks through me, and I'm not really actually even worried about it. When I used to worry about what I was going to say, nothing ever came out the way I wanted. Right? When I stopped worrying about it and knew that it was going to be okay, everything else was fine. Right? Chris gave me one of the greatest gifts I've ever had in recovery, and it was not a copy of one of his talks. That's second. It was the opportunity to go up to this rehab up in the hinterlands of New Jersey, up in the northwest corner, and do a big book workshop once a month. And here's what this looks like. It's 9 a.m. It's Saturday. You don't want to be there. You don't want to be there. Right? Actually, you do want to be there, right? I mean, it's actually beautiful, and the place is great. And you get 35 guys in front of you. They don't mix the women and the men. 30 guys in front of you. And you can tell who's actually interested in surviving. This is not their first rodeo. Most of the people there have been to on average, I'd say about 6 rehabs before this. This is like a 6 to 9 month rehab. Some people I know have been there for 18 months. This is not a 30-day wonder. And I sit there, and what I've got in front of me is the guy who doesn't want to hear it to the guy who desperately wants to get sober. And I turn to God, what is the message I'm going to deliver? Where am I going to start talking? Right? And the answer is I don't have to worry about waiting it for anybody. I have to just deliver it. Right? It's available. But that's a different situation than when I'm sitting across from you at a table, at a diner, with coffee. Right? I've got to listen to where you're at. I've got to know as much about you before I can deliver this message. My favorite talk was actually, it doesn't matter what I said that day, but my favorite talk I gave there was a bunch of guys. And in the very last row is about 4 or 5 guys, right? And you can only see the guys in the last row if you're the speaker, because the TAs, whatever they call them, are kind of like in the middle, and they can turn and see them. But I could see the last row, and there was one guy who was sitting in the back row, and every time I talk about God, he'd do this. He'd throw his hands up and he'd throw his head down on the table, and he'd go, oh.
I love that.
And the first time he did it, I went, what happened? But by the end, I'm like, God. God. It was awesome. But I've got to be available for the guy, right? And I've got to get me out of the business, or else he's not going to hear what I'm saying. Is it better? Go ahead.
Right, where are we?
I have no idea. That's why I gave it to you. When you're mad? No. I think if he is not communicative, no.
When he sees you know all about.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Before I get started, my first impression of this chapter, and I've gone through this big book without exaggeration because of the workshops I've done, the tapes I've listened to, and the people that I've worked with one-on-one. I've probably gone through this book 400 times. Each time I go through, something else kind of springs out at me, which that's basically the definition of a spiritual classic. Something that hits you where you are. The first time you read this book, there's some stuff that's going to hit you. The 400th time you read this book, there's some stuff that's going to hit you, and it's going to be new. And that's really what a spiritual classic is. But when I was first exposed to this chapter, I'd been working with other alcoholics. At least that's what I thought. And I read this chapter, and I'm basically like this, man. That might be what they do back in the old days, but we keep it simple. I came of age in Alcoholics Anonymous in a very fellowship-oriented area. There was no adherence to any of these foundational principles. Basically, an AA sponsor did all kinds of different stuff. Everybody kind of did a little bit of their own thing. And when I first started working with people, I did it the way my sponsor did it with me. I would tell them, look, I want you at a number of meetings. I want to be able to talk to you at least once a week. I'd like you, as soon as you possibly can, to get some commitments. Whether that's a secretary, a treasurer, a GSR, a coffee maker, whatever. I want you to get some commitments. I want you to join a home group. And this is basically how I sponsored. And then when they would talk to me about their lives, I would get involved. I'm dating this newcomer, from the such and such group. I'd be like, whoa, wait a minute. And I had to yell at my brother the other day. He's my partner at work. And I'd insert myself into a lot of this stuff. And I would try to bend these people towards spiritual living. Now, really, in effect, what I was doing was, in the third step, it tells us we have to quit playing God. It tells us that in the third step. So if I'm sponsoring where I'm trying to maneuver these people around the chessboard, that's no different than what the third step is basically telling me I'm at fault for. I'm not to play God. I'm not to get involved in that way. In effect, what I'm doing as that type of a sponsor is I'm trying to help somebody manage their unmanageable life. I've admitted I can't manage my own life, and now I'm managing yours as a dictatorial sponsor telling you to go do all this stuff. Now, I've come to this conclusion over a lot of years and a lot of experience that that's not really the best way. I've also come to the conclusion that it's quality over quantity. What do I mean by that? Well, there was a period in the late 90s where I sponsored over 50 guys. I gave some awesome share. You know what I mean? In meetings, I sounded good. And a lot of people would come up and say, hey, Chris, would you sponsor me? Sure. Well, what do you want me to do? How do you want me to work with you? And it was not really the best way. I actually, in the late 90s, I actually had a sponsorship breakdown. I sponsored every psychopath that found their way into Alcoholics Anonymous and wanted to use me as cover. Because if they said something like, well, Chris is my sponsor, leave me alone, people would leave him alone. So really, in effect, I was not doing anybody any favors. I was just saying yes to everybody and everything. And I had about 50 sponsees, and half of them were psychopaths, raping, robbing, and pillaging all throughout. Every once in a while somebody would come to me and go, Chris, is Harry yours? You know what I mean? He's drinking, and he's hitting on all the women, and he's borrowing people's cars. And I'm like, yeah, Harry's mine. I'll have a talk with him. And so I had the bar so low anybody could get over it. I don't think that's what they want us to do. as we start to go through this chapter, it'll say things like, if someone is not willing to work with you meaning go through the steps. If someone is not willing to work with you, you may have to let them go. They may change their mind after some more pain and drinking. So what they're saying is that they're saying, we don't try to help somebody manage an unmanageable life. We offer a way of life when someone is willing. I believe that a lot of people, when they show up in AA, they're looking for and will settle with relief. Just get me out of the jackpot. Just separate me from the booze. So they'll settle for relief. When what this chapter is saying is, don't work with anybody unless they're willing to go for freedom. Relief is good. Freedom is the best. You can become free of a lot of things practicing these principles in your life. So again, I believe today that it's not about quantity, it's about quality. If I use these principles in this chapter as a sponsor, am I going to drive some people away? Absolutely. There's going to be some people that are not willing to go through the steps. And they're going to say, I think I'm going to go with Harry. He just wants me to be the cookie guy. Well, God bless you. Go with Harry. And here's my phone number. If you ever change your mind and you want to work the steps, I'm available. But what happens is the people that are not willing to go through the steps won't work with me. That's good. Why is it good? Because they're the people that are going to disappoint me anyway. They're the people who are not going to make it anyway. They're going to waste my time. In this chapter, it says our time as recovered alcoholics is extremely valuable. Do not waste it on people that are not willing to go for freedom. Don't waste it on the people that all they want is relief. They just want to duck their head and stay out of trouble. You're wasting incredibly valuable time. And you're also wasting their time. So again, I truly believe that today I've got a smaller stable of guys, you know what I mean? And they're the guys that'll show up if I say, hey, let's it's about time to go through the steps again. That's the number one priority. They show up at my house and they're not afraid to do amends. They pray and meditate on a regular basis. They work with other alcoholics, and that's the fellowship I crave. I don't need, these people that are running around doing whatever the hell they want, completely dysfunctional. That's not what I want in my life. So I'm always available for people who are serious, but I do what this book says. If someone is not willing to work with me, I let them go in a very nice, compassionate, respectful way. I'll basically say, look, I only know one way to do this, and that's to go through these steps. If you're not, if you can't make the time to do that, if you're not going to set that as a high priority, God bless you. We really should part ways, because that's the only, me doing it your way would be buying into the insanity of alcoholism. Me letting you set the rules for how you want me to work with you would be participating in the unmanageability of your life. And I don't think that's fair to either of us. And I'll do it in a very, very respectful way like that. When he sees you know all about the drinking game, commence to describe yourself as an alcoholic. Tell him how baffled you were, how you finally learned that you were sick. Give him an account of the struggles you made to stop. The struggles you made to stop tie directly into the obsession of the mind from step one. Show him the mental twist that leads to the first drink of a spree. That mental twist is the obsession of the mind. What is the obsession of the mind? The obsession of the mind is, no matter how much you don't want to drink, no matter what the reasons there are in your life for not drinking, no matter what the consequences are if you do drink, you drink. Listen, I got my third DUI this one day, and I saw that I was going to be walking until there was jets and mobiles. You know what I mean? And coming home from court that day, I said to myself, I gotta stop driving. You understand? Like that's the obsession of the mind. We suggest you do this as we have done it in the chapter on alcoholism. The chapter more about alcoholism describes the state of mind that precedes the next drink. Listen, when we're in treatment, when we're in rehab, and they ask us, write down the 10 craziest things you did when you were drinking, the 10 craziest things that have to do with your alcoholism. You know what number one on the list should be? The number one thing on the list should be when you're sober, taking another drink, knowing what you know, having experience with the negative consequences of drinking, for you to take another drink. That has got to be the craziest thing you ever did. I used to think, well, the craziest thing I ever did was, crash all these cars and, No, the craziest thing I ever did was put a drink in my body after knowing what happens to me when I drink. That's absolutely insane. If he's alcoholic, he will understand you at once. He will match your mental inconsistencies with some of his own. And you start talking about this, like, I quit drinking 100 times. I could not stay quit. There's tests. There's tests for whether you have the obsession of the mind in this book. It'll say, it'll say, give up drinking entirely for 1 year. And if you can make it a year, you're probably not an alcoholic. Now, here's what will happen. On day 2, you'll realize this is really a stupid test. Or you'll think, I've already proved that I'm not an alcoholic. I've made it 7 days. I don't need to do this for a year. The fact of the matter is we convince ourselves to put alcohol back in our body. Here's exactly what I tell somebody that I'm working with to show them how I identify with the obsession of the mind. I'd signed myself into a treatment center. Okay? I wasn't being forced in there. I was actually the only guy in that treatment center that wasn't in there because of consequences. I literally signed myself in to separate from alcohol because I thought I was going to die. I went through treatment. That was $13,000. After I got out of treatment, they told me I needed to do aftercare, so I started paying $80 a week to go hear muttonheads share about their day in group. Oh, God, I hated that. They told me I should probably go to some AA meetings, so I'm doing 2 AA meetings a week. I'm doing 2 outpatient a week. I've told everybody I'm not drinking anymore. What more do you want? I have made a demonstration. I seriously am done with drinking, and one day on the way to an AA meeting, the thought crosses my mind that I haven't had a drink in almost 3 months. As a matter of fact, I don't even remember what it feels like to be drunk. Really, it's been so long. And you know what? I bet if I bought a gallon of vodka and I drank it, it would make me feel so bad that I would rush back to AA and I'd do an incredible job with this AA stuff. I would be reminded why I'm doing all this. So I bought a gallon of vodka and drank it to improve my sobriety. Can I tell you it backfired? Do I need to tell you that? For the next 7 months, I was a drunken sot. It was so decadent and pathetic. It was unbelievable. It was so stupid. Now, the thing is alcoholism, the obsession of the mind doesn't care what it has to tell you to put alcohol back in your body. I was absolutely committed. I was the guy in the AA meeting who wanted to stay away from alcohol the most. Everybody else in that group was grateful and happy. I was like, I just can't drink. I'm not gonna drink. I'm drunk. What the hell happened? And I used to hear, you never get struck drunk. You always plan your relapse. Well, not in my case. In my case, I was driving to an AA meeting and I ended up drinking a gallon of vodka. All right? And when I was 3 drinks into it, I started slamming my fist on my desk going, what the hell have I done? What the hell have I done? I can't believe I did this. What is wrong with me? Pour me another one. Because by that time it's too late. Now, that's what I share with, and alcoholics relate to that. And they go, my God, I quit drinking so many times. Because it makes no sense when you pick back up. You tell yourself lies. You come up with reasons why you drank again, like she left or she stayed, or I lost the job, or I'm still in it. or whatever lie you want to tell yourself. Alcoholism is not causal. It's not caused from outside things. It's an internal genetic condition. We drink because we're alcoholic. I used to think that I became an alcoholic because I drank a lot. I now understand absolutely that I drank a lot because I'm an alcoholic. It's the cart before the horse. It's a genetic bullet. It has nothing to do with how much I drank, has nothing to do with, whether my mother put me on the toilet backwards when I was a kid, has nothing to do with any of that. It has to do with the genetic component. That's what alcoholism is. If you are satisfied that he is a real alcoholic, begin to dwell on the hopeless feature of the malady. If you are satisfied that the person is an alcoholic, you start to dwell on the hopeless nature of the malady. That inability to be able to separate from alcohol and the inability to control it once you start. Now, you need to be satisfied you're a real alcoholic. Why? Basically, because your time is incredibly valuable. You want to be using it with alcoholics. Now, does that mean that we shouldn't be working with drug addicts or we shouldn't be working with heavy drinkers? I am not saying that. You are absolutely free to be helpful to anybody you want to be helpful with. But as far as our 12-step work is concerned, it's a good idea to be working with alcoholics. Why? Because I think only hopeless alcoholics are going to pay the money back. If they're convinced that they need to do the steps to survive, like if we're not convinced that we need a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, we're going to half measure this. We're not going to go into this with everything we have. So if you're what you need to do is you need to qualify people. This is something that doesn't happen in AA very much anymore. We don't qualify like we used to. We go, are you an alcoholic? Yes. You're in. And that's good for the fellowship. That is good for the fellowship. We don't want to be the qualification police at the door. They used to have bouncers at the door that you'd have to convince before you'd get into AA, back in the early days. We don't do that anymore. You can come in here and you can say you're an alcoholic and actually not be one and be welcomed in here for 20 or 30 years. But if we're working with other people, if we're spending our time, the book is asking us to be convinced that we're working with alcoholics. But be helpful to whoever you need to be helpful with. Show him from your own experience how the queer mental condition surrounding that first drink presents normal functioning of the willpower, the obsession of the mind. Like I explained on the way to an AA meeting, what happened to me after going to treatment, after going to outpatient, after being in AA. Don't at this stage refer to this book unless he has seen it and wishes to discuss it. Be careful not to brand him as an alcoholic. Let him draw his own conclusion. If he sticks to the idea that he can still control his drinking, tell him that possibly he can if he's not too alcoholic. But insist that if he's severely afflicted, there may be little chance he can recover by himself. Once the obsession of the mind has a hold of you and the allergy of the body is a physical component of your alcoholism, the book is telling you that you cannot recover on your own. You are not going to be able to summon up enough willpower to be able to stay separated from alcohol. And if you're not separated from alcohol, you're going to experience the allergy to alcohol, which is that phenomenon of craving. And you're not going to be able to just decide to stay away from a drink. That's not going to happen. You're going to join AA, you're going to go to outpatient, you're going to go to treatment, and you're going to tell everybody you stop drinking and then buy a gallon of vodka on the way to the AA meeting. That's what happens. That's what happens to us. Often in meetings, people don't understand the enormity of the alcoholic problem. And when there's a group member who keeps relapsing, they get disgusted. It's like, you must just not want it enough. You must just not be being honest with yourself. Well, how about this, folks? How about they're alcoholic and you're not offering them a solution? You're telling them just keep coming. Just keep coming. You don't get it gets you. Well, how about if that person drinks and dies, it's not his fault, it's yours? How about thinking about it that way? because we need to be offering somebody the solution. There's two things that'll kill an alcoholic when they get into AA. One is not having the message carried to them and dying because of a misunderstanding of the problem. The other is somebody that carries a message to the alcoholic, but they don't personally buy into it. We can't do anything if they don't personally buy into it. But it's definitely our fault if we don't offer them a solution. If we expect them to just hitch up their bootstraps and stop drinking, they may not be able to. That's what this book is telling us. So alcoholism is the inability to be able to do that. Continue to speak of alcoholism as an illness, a fatal malady. Talk about the conditions of body and mind which accompany it. Keep his attention focused mainly on your personal experiences. Explain that many are doomed who never realize their predicament. Listen, when you're sharing your personal experience, kind of like I did with, buying that gallon of vodka, nobody's going to be offended or have to throw up defenses against somebody sharing their personal experience. When I sent those guys into the hospital for my ex-brother-in-law, they weren't going in there to preach to the guy. They weren't going in there to try to convince the guy of anything. They were going in there to share their own personal experience. And that allows the alcoholic to drop their defenses. Listen, if you're an alcoholic, there's been people that have talked to you about your drinking. They were usually judges or bosses or family members or something, and we throw up defenses against that. We just don't see that as appropriate. But when somebody's sharing experience that we relate to, we can soften our defenses and identify. Doctors are rightly loath to tell alcoholic patients the whole story unless it will serve some good purpose. But you may talk to him about the hopelessness of alcoholism because you offer a solution. You will soon have your friend admitting he has many, if not all, of the traits of the alcoholic. If his own doctor is willing to tell him he's alcoholic, so much the better. Even though your protege may not have entirely admitted his condition, he's become very curious to know how you got well. That's the hook that you want to set. You want to set that hook. You want them to ask that question if they will. Let him ask you that question if he will. Tell him exactly what happened to you. Stress the spiritual feature freely. Dave was talking about, mentioning God and having people freak out. It basically says, stress the spiritual feature freely. Listen, we don't want to trick somebody into this. That's the wrong way to go. We need to be honest with them. It's a mental, spiritual, and physical illness that has a spiritual recovery process. Not a religious one, but a spiritual recovery process. Why trick somebody? Why try to trick somebody? Why try to tell somebody, listen, just keep it simple. Just don't drink no matter what. You can't trick somebody into staying sober if they're an alcoholic. You have to offer them a solution. If the man be agnostic or atheist, make it emphatic that he does not have to agree with your conception of God. He can choose any conception he likes, provided it makes sense to him. The main thing is that he be willing to believe in a power greater than himself, and that he live by spiritual principles. Now, a power greater than oneself is a great way to look at this. One of the things that I did once that was very, very interesting is I went through this book as an exercise and looked at every single mention of God or a power greater than yourself or a father of light or, there's a million ways that God is described in here. And it's really cool. It's really cool how God is described. God is described as a power. So God is described more as a verb than a noun. God is described as a power that can work in us and through us and enable us to do for ourselves what we cannot do for ourselves. God is a spiritual power. It doesn't say anything about, God being a white-haired gentleman up on the clouds of heaven, with a ledger book about all the bad things the Schroeder kid did. It basically says that God is a power that can help us recover from alcoholism and help us stay sober. So a lot of times people will have bad belief systems when it concerns God. They'll see God as Jesus, or they'll see God as the priests who used to whack them over the head with the ruler, or they'll have all kinds of crazy ingrained prejudicial belief systems. Another thing that we need to do when we're working with somebody is try to help them move away from that. Your conception of God does not have to be what your conception of God is now. Your conception of God does not need to be what they taught you when you were 5. Your conception of God can be a conception of a power that can work in you and through you and able to do for you what you cannot do for yourself. It can be simple like that. And, our relationship with God will build as we work through the steps. But we must have some kind of a concept of God moving into this. It's basically saying they may be agnostic or atheist. It does not matter that they agree with your conception, but they have to choose some conception. The idea of God or a spiritual power is essential. Alcoholics Anonymous is unapologetically about accessing the power of God. Unapologetically. So let's not hide that under the carpet. Let's help somebody come to a conception that works for them. Allow them the broad, roomy, and inclusiveness of the concepts, the spiritual concepts, to allow them to find some conception that works for them. But to think it's going to be okay for them to stay atheist or something like that, that's not Alcoholics Anonymous. Alcoholics Anonymous is basically saying we have to come to some concept. It can be as liberal a concept as possible. It can be as conservative a concept as possible. It just needs to be some kind of concept. We must grab onto something that can work in us and through us, or we are going to be in trouble. Because what? What is going to stop me from buying another gallon of vodka on my way to another AA meeting? What has the power to do that? What has the power to do that except something that comes from outside of me and is able to work in me and through me? A concept of spirituality, a concept of God. That's really the only thing that I can imagine. We got like 5 or 10.
Perfect. So we're at this point in working with others. They've made Chris used a word that is not well bandied about in Alcoholics Anonymous, which is the idea of qualification. All right. One of the great gifts I've gotten from working with Chris and working with others and taking the actual time out of my life to read this book and to read other spiritual literature was the idea that everything that I thought was wrong and that all the things that I thought I knew were probably wrong. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to find out how they did it. What does a qualification process look like? Well, how do you find out whether or not somebody's ready to join our fellowship and do this work? So I'll tell you what I do in the process, because right now we're at the book where we've gone through a process. Right now in this chapter, we're going through a process of the introduction with the new man or the new woman, right? We've gone through the process of seeing what it looks like. Are they ready to hear it? And let's make a presentation of our story so that we can see whether or not we fit. And the qualification process for me, if somebody asks me to work with them now, in the role of going through the 12 steps or in a sponsorship role, the first thing I do is say, when do you have some free time? Because I want to sit down with them for up to 2 hours. And what do I do in that first 2 hours? And this is what they did in the early days. They took you through 1 through 3 in a process. We're going to go through the process to find out whether or not you're ready to do the rest of the work. Now, what does that look like? Am I going to be able to present that process well? Well, if I've never done a third step, how can I present a qualification process to another alcoholic in 1, 2, and 3? Right? If I've never come to believe, how am I going to present that process to another alcoholic? I have to be at the place where I'm willing to be honest with another person. If I've never done this, I need to be willing to and honest to tell them maybe we should both go somewhere and work with somebody else. Right? But if I've been through that process, if my delusion is such that it's been replaced with the truth, I can show up and in a couple of hours, I can take somebody through the first 3 steps. Now, to some people in Alcoholics Anonymous, that sounds radical, right? How can you do the first 3 steps in 2 hours? Well, my response to that is, how can you not? How can I not give them the dignity of letting them know where they are in this world? Also, how can I decide? How is it that in this process of the qualification process, am I going to know whether or not they want to play God in their life, right, or whether I'm playing God in your life? I'm playing God in your life when I say, well, we'll spend the first month in the first step, and you'll write a series of short stories relating to your different travails in the getting the whack of the thumb car accident, or when the doctor points at you and says, "Get out of my office." The different times in my life. I can tell all those funny stories, right? And I could for years, but I never truly believed, right, that I needed to make an admission about that. So in giving somebody the dignity to get them right with where they are in this world shouldn't be a process that takes them a very long time. Because at the end of the day, we know it. So I sit somebody down and I go through 1, 2, and 3 right off the bat. And if we get to the end of 3, right, and they have come to realize, right, that they have to make a decision about whether or not they're going to turn their will and life over to the care of God, that's a point where they have to get right with whether or not they're going to do this work. If I don't bring them to 3, then I'm playing God in their life. And if I'm playing God in their life, how is that ever going to be successful? The stories and the way that I conducted myself throughout my drinking career and in Alcoholics Anonymous were never successful in self-direction. Who here has found the most successful program, the one that you devised, when sitting in the rehab, wearing the barcode bracelet and the paper slippers, right? I remember sitting in rehab thinking, I could rewrite this stuff. I'm going to come up with a better book. Didn't really work that well for me. But if I'm going to approach another man or woman and get them qualified, I need to be clear about where I am, and I need to be honest with them about where I am. If I've never done a 5th step, I need to tell them I've never done a 5th step, and that I'll do what I know to do, and then we'll move on and find somebody else who has. Because oddly enough, the 4th step comes after the 3rd. Right? I cannot bring you to the 4th step, give you a Hazelden download, and expect you to be free of alcoholism. Hazelden download might be the most perfect thing for you to go through. It might be. I don't know. I'm not in charge of that. Right? I don't know, though, if I'm not there. So where we've gotten to in working with others is how we make our presentation. Am I clean going into the presentation? Am I willing to make the presentation in a short period of time? Are we willing together to find out whether or not you're ready to get with God? Right? Because I cannot play God in your life. And I think we'll break now for lunch.
Yeah. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Palmer. I'm a grateful recovered alcoholic. Everybody have a good time at lunch? Thank you to whoever prepared the food. Who prepared the food? Raise your hand.
Nice. Big and Barbara and Joanne, thank you.
Beautiful. And thank you to everybody who set up and prepared and took the time out of their lives to do this stuff. I really appreciate it. When dealing with such a person, you had better use everyday language to describe spiritual principles. There is no use arousing any prejudice he may have against certain theological terms and conceptions about which he may already be confused. Don't raise such issues no matter what your own convictions are. What are the spiritual principles? And I believe in the beginning, when these guys were writing this book, they were simply talking about the Oxford Group principles. Absolute honesty, absolute unselfishness, absolute love, and absolute purity. And that kind of changed when they had a process, right? And it became trust God, clean house, and help others. And there's someone who's at our home group right now doing a workshop on the 12 principles of Alcoholics Anonymous, which is just absolutely amazing because he breaks down each principle for us, which I'm not going to get into right now. But the truth of the matter is, what are the principles? The principles are about love and service, which is what Dr. Bob said in his last major talk in 1950 at the first International Convention of Alcoholics Anonymous. When boiled down to the last, this program is about love and it's about service. Your prospect may belong to a religious denomination. His religious education and training may be far superior to yours. In that case, he is going to wonder how you can add anything to what he already knows. But he will be curious to learn why his own convictions have not worked and why yours seem to work so well. I had the great honor of doing some book work with. I didn't sponsor, but I did this book work with a rabbi And he was an amazing fellow, and he would have been the kind of person that you would go to in your community if you wanted an answer on what this meant, or what that meant, or to settle a dispute, or to have more of a spiritual experience at temple, whatever the case might be. He was absolutely, his knowledge of religious history, both in Judaism and in other religions, was deep, it was broad, it was expansive. And I had these wonderful opportunities to learn things from him, but he could not stop drinking. He couldn't stop drinking, right? And he got into a rehab and started doing some inventory. And he asked me to sit down with him and do some inventory work with him, which I did. And the amazing thing is that what I came to understand, I have no idea what happened to him because we don't make contact on the other side, right? But the amazing thing that happened to me is I began to understand what this paragraph and what other paragraphs in the book are talking about. I am not a simpleton. I am not lacking in my ability to understand things, but there's a certain number of hours and days in the year, and I've never devoted myself to theological thought processes. Right? I've devoted myself to learning about the spiritual awakening since I've come into recovery, and to learn more about what it looks like for me to get rid of self and get closer to God. And when I was speaking to this man, I understood finally what was it that he felt that he had gotten. He had spent his entire adult life studying. What is the problem that I have when I study? I am placing knowledge as opposed to experience above all else. Right? Isn't that one of the things that prevents me from getting with God? Right? Don't we need a better philosophical? Right? What does philosophical mean? Philosophical means that I've taken the time to study something, and I have a philosophy about it. And I finally saw that in action. Burdened with knowledge, and burdened with belief that my knowledge is good, I separate myself. And when I separate myself, I find myself drinking again. And it was the thing that I was able to bring to him, was I sat down and I explained to him how I have always had the gift of ignorance when it comes to the true religion in the way of theology. I've never studied it. I've studied the people who've expressed it. I look towards those whose actions speak of what they've learned. I look towards a Mother Teresa, right? I look towards a Mahatma Gandhi, right? I look towards to see where they're living in this world and the actions that they're taking. I don't seek to find out where they came from to get that. I want to know what it looks like. There's nothing wrong with seeking, in my mind, there's nothing wrong with seeking that. There's just not enough time in the day. I will burden myself with the concept that I need to understand something to the point that I am separate. Don't raise such issues no matter what your convictions are. Your prospect may belong to religious denomination. His religious education and training may be far superior to yours. In that case, he is going to wonder how you can add anything to what he already knows. But he will be curious to learn why his own convictions have not worked and why yours seem to work so well. He may be an example of the truth that faith alone is insufficient. To be vital, faith must be accompanied by self-sacrifice and unselfish constructive action. Let him see that you are not there to instruct him in religion. Admit that he probably knows more about it than you do, but call to his attention the fact that however deep his faith and knowledge, he could not have applied it or he would not drink. Perhaps your story will help him see where he has failed to practice the very precepts he knows so well. Do me a favor and turn to the doctor's opinion before changing the page. In the doctor's opinion, there are two letters from Dr. Silkworth to us. The very bottom paragraph, I don't know what your Roman numeral is, but on the very bottom paragraph of the second page, you'll see there's a sentence there that starts out with, though we work out our solution on the spiritual as well as altruistic plane. Isn't that what he just talked about here in working with others? Right? Meeting with the man who may have a preconceived notion about what I can deliver to him. Right? When I show up in the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous and I don't believe anything except that I'm going to die. Right? I don't believe I'm going to get sober. You people are going to get sober. You people have a belief in God. You people are somehow simple enough to get this simple program. I'm a much more complicated person. I'm not going to get this. I'm somehow special. Right? And I show up and then that guy says to me, meet me on Wednesday. We're going to go out and do a service commitment. And you're like, why? He goes, shut up and get in the car. Right, Chris? Just shut up and get in the car. I come into this room, I don't have a speck of spiritual awakening, right? The spiritual as well as altruistic plane. I don't come in here with some sort of knowledge of religion or God or a spirit or how to chant or how to do meditation a certain way. I don't show up with that stuff. I'm broken spiritually. That's why I'm here. What about altruism, right? Altruism is the deal that I'm going to go out and do this deal and not expect anything in return. Well, I showed up with the ability to get up off my ass and go out there and try to be of service to somebody else. I don't care if it was buy somebody a plate of eggs at a diner at 11 o'clock at night because they were dying a little bit less than I was dying. It doesn't matter, right? And this is what I'm doing when I sit down in front of this guy. I'm going to show up and I'm going to do this work on an altruistic, as a spiritual as well as altruistic plane, right? What happens to a guy like me when I'm doing this? What happens when I'm out there carrying the message? What happens when I'm trying to be of service to this fellow who I'm sitting across from and I may be intimidated for some reason? He may have a bunch of money in the bank, or he might have, a special car or a beautiful wife. What was that song from the 80s? Anyway, but that he may have all those things that I think that I want, and I may be intimidated. He may have actually graduated from high school. He may have actually gone to college. He may actually have a degree. He may actually have a job. He may have things that I don't have. How can I be of help to him? He may have a spiritual understanding of God. He may have a religious understanding of God that I'm never going to get. Right? But I show up to be of service. I am not there to teach. I am to show up to be of service. I have no idea what the outcome is going to be, but I'm showing up to be of service. So what happens to me is, over time, that little tiny speck, right, of spirituality that's in me, and that big speck of willing to take the actions and go out there and do this stuff, because the program of Alcoholics Anonymous is in the shoe leather many times, isn't it? It's the fact that we go out and we're willing to move our feet, right? All of a sudden, that spiritual awakening, those spiritual experiences start to happen, and that spiritual awakening starts to come, and that little speck of spirituality grows and starts to match my willingness to be altruistic, my willingness to be out there. So sitting across from that guy, I can give it to him what is so freely given to me, and it doesn't matter whether it works. And I start to understand that on a new level because I'm sitting across from a rabbi who is the pillar of his community, and he can't stop drinking. What a great gift this program is. He may be an example of the truth that faith alone is insufficient. To be vital, faith must be accompanied by self-sacrifice and unselfish constructive action. Let him see that you're not there to instruct him in religion. Admit that he probably knows more about it than you do, but call to his attention the fact that however deep his faith and knowledge, he could not have applied it, or he would not drink. Perhaps your story will help him see where he has failed to practice the very precepts he knows so well. We represent no particular faith or denomination. We are only dealing with general principles common to most denominations. Outline the program of action, explaining how you made a self-appraisal, how you straightened out your past, and why you are now endeavoring to be helpful to him. It is important for him to realize that your attempt to pass this on to him plays a vital role in your own recovery. Actually, he may be helping you more than you are helping him. Make it plain he is under no obligation to you, that you hope only that he will try to help other alcoholics when he escapes his own difficulties. Who here thinks that Alcoholics Anonymous, the program of Alcoholics Anonymous, and the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous is a selfish program? Who here comes here to, well, Chris does, but who here comes here to get? Right? I can't tell you how many times I show up in a meeting to hear that funny speaker, to see the hot chicks, right? They make good coffee. They have free CDs. I'll only see what I can get from this meeting. Isn't that what I've done my whole life? Isn't that how I ended up here? What can I bring to this thing? What can I bring? So I'm sitting across from this guy, and he wants to get sober, and he wants to have a new experience. What am I going to do? Show up to get something from him? Am I capable, am I willing to deliver a message? And am I willing to be honest about it and set my ego aside and let him know, I am hearing that you're probably going to help me more than I'm going to help you. Is that okay today? Am I willing to do that? Am I able to do that? Am I free enough to do that? Make it plain he's under no obligation to you, that you hope only that he will try to help other alcoholics when he escapes his own difficulties. Suggest how important it is that he place the welfare of other people ahead of his own. Make it clear that he is not under pressure, that he needn't see you again if he doesn't want to. You should not be offended if he wants to call it off, for he has helped you more than you have helped him. If your talk has been sane, quiet, and full of human understanding, you have perhaps made a friend. Maybe you have disturbed him about the question of alcoholism. That is all to the good. The more hopeless he feels, the better. He will be more likely to follow your suggestions. Have you ever disturbed anybody about their alcoholism? It is a lot of fun, right? I mean, especially in Alcoholics Anonymous, because you can disturb people very easily. You ever show up and identify yourself as a recovered alcoholic, right? In the area of church that I'm from, I don't know of anybody else who does that. Well, why the hell do I do it? Do I want to be different? Am I special? Do I have some sort of gift? Is my ego out of line? And sometimes that's been true, all of that, right? In the sense that my ego's out of line. But the book tells me that I'm going to recover, right? That's what it tells me throughout the book. Isn't the first paragraph to the first forward to the first edition to say that we are 100 men and women who have recovered from a seemingly homeless state of mind and body? Right? Doesn't make me special. What am I telling? I'm telling you I'm telling the newcomer that there is hope. Right? It doesn't mean that I'm special. It doesn't mean that I'm not as damaged as every other person in the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous. It doesn't mean that I have anything special. It simply means, right, that the things that have ailed me my entire life, self, have been removed by God. At this moment, I am imperfect. And being imperfect, I understand that I will never be perfect. I'm a child of God. I'm ready to be available. But what happens, right, when I say that to an alcoholic? I'm recovered. And they don't like that. Yeah, anybody ever say anything to me that you don't like? Right? What bothers me about that? Right? What happens when I first heard somebody say, if you haven't finished your 9th step amends, you're not sober? Right? I'm not saying that I believe that. I know from my own personal experiences, I never got anywhere until I'd never really started to experience the grandeur of the gift until I was halfway through, right? My 9th step amends the very first time. This is the spring of 2005 after having been introduced to the program in 1985. I am not urging you to wait. I am urging you to approach it with gusto. Right? 20 years that I was bereft of a spiritual awakening. The first time I heard that fellow tell me that he actually did the work and that you have to do this work, and he said, if you're sitting here and you haven't finished your 9th step amends, what are you waiting for? I got an attitude. Right? Because I knew I was one of those people. I knew I was unwilling to do it. He had disturbed me about my alcoholism. What was the truth? Am I willing to look at the truth? At that moment, I was unwilling to look at the truth. I thought he was an obnoxious, arrogant, big book person. Wasn't Chris. But it was the truth, wasn't it? I can tell you it's the truth not because I've thought about it. I can tell you it's the truth because I've gone through it more than once. I've gone through the 9th step amends more than once. Right? I've been given every 9th step amends that I need to have given to me at the time. But that bothered me about my alcoholism. Right? I find myself, I rail against these things because they're true, not because they're not true. Right? Dave, you're a little bit of an obnoxious, arrogant asshole. Doesn't offend me anymore. Used to offend me. Right? Why do they bother me? Because I'm offended by the truth. I have not come up with a thing on my inventory that says, well, they did something that, caused you harm. Now, I've had things happen to me. I've had things happen to me in my life where I've been harmed by other people. Oddly enough, that all of them that I can think of were because of my own actions. I got kidnapped by some drug dealers one time, and they were upset with me, and they pistol whipped me, and then I gave the money back. These things are not things that just happen to me, right? I get annoyed by the truth. If I sit in a room and somebody spouts off that you did something that you didn't do, it doesn't bother me because it's not the truth, right? If it is the truth, it doesn't bother me, right? Because I've been honest about it, right? I'm willing to be honest now. So if I'm sitting in a room and if I'm making a presentation to another guy and I'm starting to explain to him what this looks like and I disturb him about his alcoholism, I've hit on a point that is like a gift from God. It's something that we need to talk about, right? Because the truth of the matter is that we've hit on something that he knows is true in his life. He may not be willing to see it. He may not be willing to get there. But I now know, right? If they're sitting across from me upset about, Bob, you only got 37 days, and she's got 31. And while I'm not the arbiter of your sex conduct, you might want to consider that you're both damaged goods until you finish your amends process. Well, I don't know about that. You see, there's something special about her. As soon as those open sores stop leaking, we're going to get together. Well, I'm not the arbiter, but let me know how that works out. When I find that somebody's disturbed about something that I've said, it's truth-based. And I found that out because I had to look at everything that bothered me. If I wanted to be free, I had to look at every single thing that bothered me. This is all to the good. The more hopeless he feels, the better. Now, how disappointing is that statement, right? But isn't it true? I don't know about you guys. I didn't get sober until I was ready to put a gun in my mouth. Did you suddenly hit the lottery, have Miss January, ask you out, and then win that free car in that children's charity lottery you entered, and then you say, I really should go to AA now? Right? That's not what happened, is it? The hounds of hell were at my throat when I finally said, okay, I'll entertain the idea. The more hopeless he feels, the better he'll be more likely to follow your suggestions. Your candidate may give reasons why he need not follow all of the program. He may rebel at the thought of a drastic house cleaning which requires discussion with other people. Do not contradict such views. Tell him you once felt as he does, but you doubt whether he would have made much progress had you not taken action. Doesn't this sound like what Dr. Bob did? Any chance Dr. Bob wrote that? Wasn't really willing to make that house cleaning? And then the thought of being in Atlantic City seemed to be a good idea. Right? Off he went to the AMA and was drunk before hitting the room. On your first visit, tell him about the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. If he shows interest, lend him your copy of this book. Unless your friend wants to talk further about himself, do not wear out your welcome. Give him a chance to think it over. If you do stay, right, and who guides us in this fact? Our conscience, the intuitive thought, where we are with God at that point, right? It's not our decision. Let him steer the conversation in any direction he likes. Sometimes a new man is anxious to proceed at once, and you may be tempted to let him do so. This is sometimes a mistake. Why shouldn't we let the new guy direct us in what he wants to talk about? Well, he's insane. That's the problem. If you haven't had a spiritual awakening and you're an alcoholic, you're insane. I have the great gift of being honest with people. And just recently I was sitting down with somebody and they go, I'm having this problem. And I said, you know why? They go, no, why? I said, because you're insane. It's not them, it's you. And, one of the things that I love to do is when I start working with a new guy, it's the classic newcomer thing, right? They call you. Okay, here he is. Answer the phone. How you doing? Well, God, you know what's going on? Let me tell you about this. Right? And then I time them. I don't say another word. I don't interrupt. I don't give spiritual advice or direction. I just wait. Well, one guy went 33 minutes without stopping. Didn't ask me how my day was, just talked about her. And finally I said, let me interrupt you. I said, do this work and then call me. We did the work. So what's the rule then? At 17 minutes you're getting interrupted. Right? What's the rule then? Right? At 8.5 minutes you're getting interrupted. And what's the rule then? The rule then is, I don't want to hear about the event anymore. Let's talk about the character defect. Let's talk about where we're failing in our connection with God and doing this work. Right? If somebody's recovered, they ask you how your day is when they call. You know what happened? Yeah, I have no idea. That's why you
your candidate, is it?
Yes. Top of 95.
Top of 95. Okay. Unless your friend wants to talk further about himself, do not wear out your welcome. Give him a chance to think it over. It's funny. This 12-step process it's a sales job. you basically talk about your own experience as an alcoholic, and you talk about your own experience of going through recovery, what it was like, what happened, and what it's like now. After you've done that, it's basically take it or leave it. You know, do you want to do what I have done? Do you want to experience recovery the way I've experienced it? Do you want to participate in the Alcoholics Anonymous process? And hopefully a person is going to be willing at that point in time. You know, the thing about willingness is, I wish I could give somebody a pill that would demonstrate willingness in them. You know, because so often people are willing to go to meetings. They're willing to, clean up after the meeting. They're willing to do a lot of things but they're not willing to do the recovery work. And I wish, especially people who I know desperately need it, I wish there was a way to offer them that willingness. But it needs to come from inside. It needs to come sometimes from being broken by alcoholism and wishing to move forward. If you do stay, let him steer the conversation in any direction he likes. Sometimes a new man is anxious to proceed at once, and you may be tempted to let him do so. This is sometimes a mistake. If he has trouble later, he is likely to say you rushed him. Believe it or not, what they're talking about here is, okay, I want to go through all the steps right here, right now. Let's get it over with. I got stuff to do this afternoon. You will be most successful with alcoholics if you do not exhibit any passion or crusade or reform. Never talk down to an alcoholic from any moral or spiritual hilltop. Simply lay out the kit of spiritual tools for his inspection. Now that's really an important sentence. Never talk down to an alcoholic from any moral or spiritual hilltop. You know, one of the topics that was very near and dear to Bill Wilson's heart for 20 years or so was the topic of humility. And I believe a good definition of humility is an accurate self-appraisal. Really understanding where you are in life, not thinking less of yourself, not thinking more of yourself, but understanding, the true nature of your place in this particular universe. And, as an alcoholic who has found their way through recovery, that makes us maybe luckier, that makes us maybe more experienced, but it doesn't make us better than somebody who hasn't found it. And, I don't know about anybody else, but hypocrisy, arrogance, a lot of these character defects, if they're expressed in other people, I want to avoid those other people. So we need to be tactful, we need to be respectful, and we need to be about the business of sharing our experience and not being too pushy. If we've done a really good job of explaining what alcoholism is and explaining our own personal recovery, there's probably a chance that the individuals are going to want to know about that recovery and maybe even want to experience the things that we've experienced. So simply lay out the kit of spiritual tools for their inspection. Show him how they worked with you. Explain the steps and some of the promises that have come true for you with those steps. Offer him friendship and fellowship. Tell him that if he wants to get well, you will do anything to help. And we need to be willing. If someone is willing to go to do this work, we need to be available and we need to be willing to help them. It's incumbent upon us. Now, we don't need to waste our time with people who aren't willing, but if somebody is willing to go through the steps, how do we know how much of a grace period they have? What happens with alcoholics is we all have our separation experiences. It might be getting in trouble, it might be going to a detox, it might be going to a treatment center, it might be that one debacle, where you just can't live with yourself and you decide to quit drinking. And, as an alcoholic, we have these periods of sobriety. And sometimes, I can call them grace periods. And grace is going to last as long as ignorance. Once it's explained to us what we need to do to recover from alcoholism, we better be about that business because grace is going to soon be gone, and we're going to be drinking. So when you learn the truth about alcoholism, you need to get busy, and we need to be explaining this to the people that we're working with. If he's not interested in your solution, if he expects you to act only as a banker for his financial difficulties, a nurse for his sprees, or a coach for his drama, you may have to drop him until he changes his mind. This he may do after he gets hurt some more. So listen, is it necessarily a bad thing if someone gets hurt some more? It's basically saying in here, not really. If they're not willing to recover from alcoholism through the practice of the 12 steps, we're not supposed to waste our time. Now, this might sound rough. It might sound like, you're not being compassionate. I believe this is actually the most compassionate way to go. If someone isn't willing to recover from alcoholism and we back away, that might offer them the dignity of the consequences of their continued actions. They may get hurt some more, and they may come back and they may begin to work with you to a point where they can go through the spiritual principles and recover from alcoholism. That's the best. Best case is recovery. To continue to encourage somebody to just stay sober, you don't really have to do any of this stuff, just stay sober. That's putting somebody in a perpetual limbo, like an alcoholic purgatory. You don't have the ability to escape with alcohol. You haven't recovered. You're in that place of restlessness, irritability, and discontent. I don't think that's the best thing that we can do. I think we should be honest with these people and say, look, I'm about the business of helping people recover, not just staying sober. There's a difference between sobriety and recovery. I work with people who are willing to recover. If all you're looking for is sobriety, that's great. There's some really good meetings. There's a lot of other people around, and I wish you the best. But if we're going to work together, we're going to be about the business of the steps. If he is sincerely interested and wants to see you again, ask him to read this book in the interval. So what should you have with you on a 12-step call? Extra. You don't want to bring the book that everybody signed in rehab and you've highlighted 75 million different ways. You need a loaner. You know what I mean? So, have a loaner. After doing that, he must decide for himself whether he wants to go on. Now, this is an important thing. Has anyone in here ever been asked, are you willing to go to any lengths? And you said, without even batting an eye, you said yes. Now, did you really mean it? Did you understand what any lengths might be? Any lengths might be shaving your head and selling flowers at the airport in a dress, Oh, who knows? Who knows what any lengths are? We just say yes because we want to be liked. Well, this book is basically saying, have the individual read this book. Why? So they know what any lengths is. You're offering them the dignity of understanding what any lengths are before you ask them. Now when you say, are you willing to go to any lengths, they know that the lengths are the steps. It's not like joining groups or, running around doing crazy things. It's very well defined. Are you willing to practice the recovery process? Are you willing to go to these lengths? After doing that, he must decide for himself whether he wants to go on. He should not be pushed or prodded by you, his wife, or his friends. If he is to find God, the desire must come from within. And for one reason or another, we have our separation experience, and sometimes we're pushed. And we're pushed in a spiritual way to improve our life. I'll tell you how it looked for me. I came out of the bomb shelter of my alcoholism, and I was horrified at how far down the scale I had gone. Literally, I'm in my mid-30s, and the most valuable thing in my possession is a comic book collection. mean, can you imagine? I had lost everything. I'd lost family. I'm living in a house. I'm living in a room at my mother's house. I got a terrible job, a terrible car, terrible friends, terrible everything. It was just awful. And I just felt drawn to set the scales right in my life. I did not want to go out in disgrace. I knew that I had the capacity somewhere deep within me to do a better job with this thing called life. And, as I moved into recovery, as I started to understand these principles and try to apply them in my life, there was a spiritual force behind me, helping me go into this and get through it. And it's very, very difficult to explain, a spiritual experience that has to be experienced. It's very difficult. But all I can say is there was a power greater than myself doing for me what I could not do for myself. And it seemed like it was an age of coincidences and extra help in my life because I didn't have the capacity to be able to survive alcoholism on my own. I just didn't. So what happened was circumstances put me in the right groups with the right people with the right tapes, and the right things happened, and I was able to move through recovery. I believe that was powered by a spiritual force. But what I needed to do is I needed to make myself open to that spiritual force. So much of our recovery is being willing, being open, being teachable, having a beginner's mind, being ready to do things that we don't necessarily think are going to work for us because our case is a little bit different. You know what I mean? People don't really understand us. Yes, I'm in an AA meeting, and yes, I'm an alcoholic, but I'm not just a run-of-the-mill alcoholic. I've got some real special things going on that other people wouldn't understand. Yeah, you have to be willing to move through that stuff and to do what other people are doing. You open the door with that key of willingness, and that spiritual force will pull you through this recovery experience. If he thinks he can do the job in some other way or prefers some other spiritual approach, encourage him to follow his own conscience. Listen, if you want to try primal scream therapy and pyramid power, give that a shot. Here's my number. If it doesn't work out for you, I'm always available. We have no monopoly on God. We merely have an approach that worked with us. Again, if he is to find God, we have no monopoly on God. This book is unapologetically about us becoming willing and moving the barriers away so that the power of God can work in us and through us. That's what this whole thing is about. We merely have an approach that worked with us. But point out that we alcoholics have much in common, and you would like, in any case, to be friendly. Let it go at that. Now, I want to do something here. This is an old Joe and Charlie thing. If no one has experienced this, this is a lot of fun. Okay. This young woman who's been in AA a couple of weeks goes to her sponsor and asks her sponsor about this. She goes, I've just gotten to the point where I really want to start dating. I want to get back out there in the world, and I want to start dating. I think I'm ready. And her sponsor was very, very wise. There's the sex inventory stuff is on page 69. So she tells her prospect to go to 69 and read all this material and then come back to her, and they'll talk about it. Now, the woman, like most alcoholics in their first couple of weeks, is a little bit ADD and transposes the numbers. And instead of going to page 69, she goes to page 96. So let's read what her sponsor told her to study as far as relationships are concerned. Do not be discouraged if your prospect does not respond at once. Search out another alcoholic and try again. You are sure to find someone desperate enough to accept with eagerness what you offer. We find it a waste of time to keep chasing a man who cannot or will not work with you.
If you leave such a person alone, he may soon become convinced that he cannot recover by himself. To spend too much time on any one situation is to deny some other alcoholic an opportunity to live and be happy. It goes on and on and on. He may be broke or homeless. It just goes on. I just love that. Anyway. One of our fellowship failed entirely with his first half dozen prospects. He often says that if he had continued to work on them, he might have deprived many others who have since recovered of their chance. Remember, we've been saying here today that our time is valuable. This book says, as recovered alcoholics, our time is valuable. And this basically says right here, don't continue to work with somebody who's not willing to go through the steps. Don't try to help them manage their unmanageable life. Don't try to be their drama coach. Don't try to just keep encouraging them to do good things when there doesn't seem to be any progress in their life. It says here, if you continue to work with those type of people, you might deprive many others of the recovery experience because you're spending a lot of time with somebody, and you could be using that same time, that same bandwidth, working with people that are willing to do the steps. Suppose now you're making a second visit to a man. He has read this volume and says he is prepared to go through with the 12 steps of the program of recovery. Having had the experience yourself, you can give him much practical advice. Let him know you are available if he wishes to make a decision and to tell his story, but do not insist upon it if he prefers to consult someone else. We're not territorial. We don't own the people that we work with. If they want to move on and they want to move somewhere else, that's fine. We allow that. But this is the second visit. The second time we're meeting somebody. Hopefully they've read the book. There's many times where I work with people that are just too shattered to be able to read the book. A lot of times if that happens, I'll give them a recording of someone reading the big book, or maybe even a big book workshop, something so that they can listen to or figure out what we're going to be doing as we move forward. But in your second visit, you're to ask them, are they willing to go through the 12-step program of recovery? Are you willing to go through the steps? Again, folks, are there going to be people that say, ho, wait, listen, of course there is. Of course there is. And are we to shame them out of Alcoholics Anonymous because they're not willing to go through the steps? Absolutely not. The fellowship is open to everybody, and everybody should be welcomed in it. This only concerns us spending our time sponsoring and one-on-one working with people. If they're not willing to go through the steps, it's much better to let them do whatever they're going to do, whether it's drink, whether it's, suffer through sobriety with no spiritual answer. Let them have that experience and let them come to this work, when they're willing to go through it. In today's day and age, I don't get anywhere near as many opportunities to sponsor as I used to when I used to sponsor with a fellowship style, like an oral tradition fellowship style. Now, people that are going to work with me understand that, we're going to get right down to basics. We're going to get working on the steps. You're going to be expected to be a full-blown 4-step. A 5th step holding nothing back, an 8th step with all of the amends that have gone unaddressed in your life. You're going to be expected to go out and make direct amends to those people or institutions, and I'm going to find out whether or not you're developing a prayer and meditation discipline, morning, noon, and night, and you're going to be expected to take other people through the steps. That's what I'm going to ask you to do. Now, does that cut down on some of the people asking me to sponsor them? Yeah, you're darn right. And those are usually the people that would have wasted my time anyway. So I have fewer opportunities to sponsor, but the people that I sponsor become powerful card-carrying members of Alcoholics Anonymous, and in good standing, and they're out there, and their quality of life is moving forward like crazy in every aspect of their life because of the spiritual power that comes through this. Alcoholics Anonymous is about two things. I truly believe this. It's about freedom and it's about power. Once we've recovered from alcoholism, there's an unbelievable freedom in our lives. We're not tied down by resentment. We're not tied down by fear. We don't suffer emotionally from shame and guilt and anxiety and depression. We're able to get out there and we're able to be everything that we can possibly be. We have an amazing amount of freedom. And the power that we get power to be able to do amazing things in our lives. When I first got sober, I was a bad electrician for a bad electrical contractor. And over the course of the last 24 or so years, things have changed in my life. I've become more employable. I've become more trustworthy. I've become a better friend. I've become better at intimate relationships. And it's all the practical application of these spiritual principles. And some amazing things have happened in my life. I could sit up here for the next 3 hours and tell you remarkable things that have happened in my life. And that comes from the freedom and it comes from the power that's available when you actually do this spiritual work. Having had the spiritual experience, having had the experience yourself, you can give them much practical advice. So, if you're going to be taking somebody through the 12 steps, it says having had this experience yourself. So what does that mean? Doesn't it mean that you have to have gone through the steps yourself to be able to offer the experience of going through the steps to somebody else? I think it means that. I think it means that if you want to be a sponsor, if you want to be somebody that can really help alcoholics, have your own recovery experience and then place that experience in front of other alcoholics. There's one thing that alcoholics can spot a mile away, and that's hypocrisy, and that's somebody trying to game them. If someone's sharing their true experience, that's going to shine through. We're not trying to talk. We're not like a counselor in a treatment center trying to talk somebody into, some kind of therapeutic procedure. We're not the happy, mad, sad, glad lady trying to help somebody get sober. We're someone who has experienced alcoholism and all of its ugly faces, and we're somebody who has recovered from alcoholism, and we can share our experience with both of those things. And the alcoholics will hear that sincerity. The alcoholics will understand that. If you're trying to take somebody through the steps and you've not gone through the steps yourself, it's going to be a clumsy endeavor, and it's going to be very hard for you to answer some of the questions that might come up. So get your own recovery experience, and then you're going to be a ninja sponsor. Then you're going to be somebody who can change people's lives. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Let him know if you're available, that you are available if he wishes to make a decision. What does that mean? Well, the third step was known as a decision back in the day. Remember Dave was saying Dr. Bob would make you get on your knees? In 3 minutes, Dr. Bob would have you on your knees. Turn your will and your life over to God, kid. Let me hear you. I didn't believe that. Do it again. I mean, he was like a spiritual drill sergeant. And the decision is to make a decision that you can't manage your own life. You need a new manager. The problems that you've been having is because you've had an idiot as a manager. And you need to fire that manager and get a new manager. And the new manager is going to be God, or, finding a way to get direction from that spiritual power, finding a spiritual way of life. Okay, he may be broke and homeless. If he is, you might try to help him about getting a job or give him a little financial assistance. You know, I've done both of those things. I give very little financial assistance. Thank you, but I have done it. But you should not deprive your family or creditors of the money they should have. Dave is always willing to provide financial assistance. I want to make that very clear for any of the newcomers in the meeting today. Perhaps you'll want to take the man into your home for a few days. I've even done that. When the dressers started started to be delivered, I thought, this is going on a little too long, and I think it's time. You should be out on your own. Go forth. But be sure to use your discretion. Be certain he will be welcomed by your family and that he's not trying to impose upon you for money, connections, or shelter. Every once in a while, this doesn't happen often because I've got great connections with detoxes and treatment centers and hospitals. I've got awesome connections. And we favor hospitalization for the befogged. But there's been cases where I've had to detox people at my house. I was with somebody 2 nights ago who 14 years ago I brought him into my house and weaned him off of booze. He was at my house for 3 days and he left with his 8th step list. Okay? He stayed sober, let me tell you, and some amazing things happened in his life. We went through the steps while he was detoxing, and when he was healthy enough to leave the house, he had his 8 step cards. This is how they did it back in the day. They did this back in the day. There's been a number of times when Alcoholics Anonymous fellowship numbers have quadrupled overnight. And it happened with the Jack Alexander article. It happened with the Liberty magazine publicity. Every once in a while there'd be some publicity about alcoholics and God, AA. And people would read this, and the next day there'd be thousands of people that would want to join. During those periods of time where there would be a group of like 6 guys and all of a sudden 50 people wanted to join, they would literally be taking people through the steps, and as soon as they were through the steps, they'd be having those same people who just went through the steps take other people through the steps. And and that's how they worked it in the 40s during those periods of time where there were gigantic increases in the fellowship. So these steps were not designed for people to get their brains out of hock after 5 years to do. These steps were designed for the person still reeking of alcohol. That's what they were designed for. That's when they applied these recovery principles in the early days. So, when is it time to start working the steps with somebody? When they stop convulsing, basically, is a really good time. That might sound a little crazy to you, but I'm only talking about the experience that's offered in this book, and I've got some personal experience with it. Now, do I take somebody through the steps in 2 days every single time at my house? No, not at all. Different people have different timetables. Different people are in more trouble than other people. This guy that I took through the steps could not stop drinking. He needed some power in his life. He couldn't stay away from booze. So he needed a spiritual shot in the arm, and a big one. And he got one by going through the steps in 2 days with me. Normally, it takes about a month, maybe 2, to get somebody up to amends. My normal pace, taking somebody through the steps. But I think that if it takes years, you're gambling with somebody's life, because who are we to know when they're going to run out of grace and alcohol is going to become more powerful than reason? Because that's what alcoholics basically are. They're people that are powerless. Permit that and you only harm him. You will be making it possible for him to be insincere. You may be aiding in his destruction rather than in his recovery. I've heard a million things in AA, and the thing is there's a ton of wisdom in Alcoholics Anonymous. In the fellowship, old Harry Gerbil-Feather will share a whole bunch of stuff. And he'll go, kid, if they're not ready, there's nothing you can say to help them. And if they're ready, there's nothing you can say to hurt them. You'll hear stuff like that. That's absolutely not true. This book basically says if you're stupid about how you approach an alcoholic, you can be aiding in their destruction. You can be guilty of involuntary manslaughter by being stupid. Okay? Our sobriety that has to turn into recovery can be incredibly fragile. Incredibly fragile. You know, try to remember how you felt in your first week of sobriety. You were brittle, and anything could have blown you out of these rooms. You know what I mean? The person saying the wrong thing, somebody being obnoxious, anything could have added to your fear or your uncomfortable feelings, and you could have been out of here. Our sobriety is incredibly fragile until we've experienced recovery. So you have to be very, very careful how you handle alcoholics, fresh off the battlefield. You really do. Right, Dave?
We have to hang out with those guys? Never avoid these responsibilities, but be sure you are doing the right thing if you assume them. Helping others is the foundation stone of your recovery. A kindly act once in a while isn't enough. You have to act the Good Samaritan every day if need be. It may mean the loss of many nights' sleep, great interference with your pleasures, interruptions to your business. It may mean sharing your money and your home, counseling frantic wives and relatives, innumerable trips to police courts, sanitariums, hospitals, jails, and asylums. Your telephone may jangle at any time of the day or night. Your wife may sometimes say she is neglected. A drunk may smash the furniture in your home or burn a mattress. You may have to fight with him if he is violent. Sometimes you will have to call a doctor and administer sedatives under his direction. Another time you may have to send for the police or an ambulance. Occasionally you will have to meet such conditions. Oh my God! Nobody explained that to me when I came in the rooms. I gotta put up with that crap?
You gotta fight him.
Yeah. It's like a cage match. 2 go in, 1 comes out, right? How true is this, right? I mean, they're asking me to turn my will and life over to the care of God. These things should be anything that I'm willing to do. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but after I'd had a disagreement with some people on the East Coast, me and my buddy moved to the West Coast. And, the guys on the East Coast were pretty serious. And we found ourselves homeless. And I was living under a bush in San Diego Bay. And I found that bush on Google Earth. It's so cool to revisit the places we've been, right? And I'm hopping fences to eat green oranges, and I'm giving plasma twice a week downtown, and I'm thinking this is all cool, right? This is cool. This is fine. I'm finding the old peanut butter jars and the garbage cans and scraping out what you guys have thrown away. I'm thinking it's so cool. This is what I will do whatever it takes to drink, but wait a second. You mean I need to answer my phone after 11? Right? You ever have somebody you're working with who always seems to call just when you're sitting down to dinner, or they know you're walking into your home group, so they call it 8:01, right? Selfish people. Unbelievable. Right? I've got to do these little things, right? Has it ever been my money? Has it ever been my money? That's never been my money. Right? Passes through my hands. I mean, I'm married, so it passes faster than I want through my hands, but, it passes through my hands. Right? I'm only visiting with this stuff. Am I willing to go to any length? They never explained to me that there's an extension of that in the 12th step. They never asked me those things. I have not, at this point, had somebody live in my basement. I have not had anybody set fire to a mattress. I have not administered sedatives. Right? I have... Well, not before I came into the room. But the question is as important as, am I willing to do whatever it takes? I can tell you this. I have had disagreements with my wife. I've had my children tell me I'm spending too much time in the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous. I am not home on Saturday. Right? The question is, am I willing? Is that an option? Did they say that we have to go to any lengths? Optionally? Right? Did it say in the 12th step that we're allowed to do what we want to do? Right? It's not. These things may seem extravagant. We don't administer sedatives anymore because we probably shouldn't have sedatives, right? We don't do the things they had to do in the 30s, right? We don't do these things, but there are a lot more things that we can do today. Are we willing, once I started to get this, what did I do? I started to burn, I was talking about with somebody at the break, I started to burn CDs, right, and hand them out. I listened to a speaker who I didn't have a resentment against and make a copy of the CD, and I bring a dozen with me to a meeting and say, you're going to listen to this guy. He's got the he's this crazy guy from Pottersville, or I got to bring a CD about the best resentment talk I ever heard. I got a favorite resentment talk. I got a favorite amends talk too, and I'd make a dozen copies and keep them in the car. Then I said, this is not enough. I got to buy big books and hand them out, right? So I keep a couple of boxes of big books in my trunk. I keep the study guide from the Anonymous Press, and I keep the AA Big Book, both the big book and the little big book. Right? We're the only people who have a little big book, right? It's like military intelligence. And but there are no lengths that are constricting to me. Now, I'm not going to harm myself or others to help an alcoholic, but that's basically it, because that would not be in the service of God. Right? Are we willing to do these things? And in our Chris is talking about, in our presentation, are we real about who we are? Are we fundamentally available to that person? I know when you're telling me the truth. I know when you've done this, or you're postulating about what that might look like if you ever got around to stop thinking about the 4-step inventory list. Right? I know whether you put pen to paper. I know whether you've gone out and helped other alcoholics. I've known alcoholics who were crazy active. They'd call me at like 12 o'clock at midnight. We're going to Manhattan. We're going to the 1 a.m. midnight madness. You want to come with us? We're taking a bunch of new guys out to the diner. It's Tuesday. I got work tomorrow. Do you mind? Can you pick somebody else who's unemployed? Now there are limits. There are times where I've said yes, and there's times where I've said no. Right? If it's covered, I can say no, right? Especially if it's going to interfere with the family, but not to the point where I'm saying no whenever I want. That rerun of Castaway is on. Now I know I've seen it 37 times. I just love Tom Hanks and Wilson. I know Wilson. I can relate to Wilson. He had more hair than me, but I can relate to him. I got to watch it for 38th time. I can't help that newcomer, right? I'm going to make a suggestion to you guys, which is something that's happened in my life in the last 3 years. I use a calendar, right? They have them on our phones now. How crazy is that? You want to make an appointment to talk to somebody? Put it in your calendar if you're afraid to forget, right? My life has come alive because I can make plans with dozens of alcoholics and be available to them. I can go to any lengths, whatever that is, that happens to be in this world today. We seldom allow an alcoholic to live in our homes for a long time, and it's not good for him, and it sometimes creates serious complications in a family. Chris doesn't want you in this house unless you have over 4 years, in case you're wondering. No handling of the lighters either, please. Though an alcoholic does not respond, there is no reason why you should neglect his family. Now, that's interesting, right? Is that what we do today? Not as much as I wish I have, right? So what am I doing today? I'm making it a part of my life. Right? I missed this line. It wasn't convenient to me. Well, the family doesn't come to the Tuesday night open destruction meeting. Why not? The share-a-thon. I didn't see them at the share-a-thon. How am I going to help them? All right? Maybe I need to go to their house. You should continue to be friendly to them. The family should be offered your way of life. What is the way of life? It is a spiritual awakening. Should they accept and practice these principles, there is much better chance that the head of the family will recover. And even though he continues to drink, the family will find life more bearable. For the type of alcoholic who is able and willing to get well, little clarity in the ordinary sense of the word is needed or wanted. The men who cry for money and shelter before conquering alcohol are on the wrong track. Yet we do go to great extremes to provide each other with these very things when such action is warranted. This may seem inconsistent, but we think it is not. Contrary to what Chris said, I am not an ATM. Have I given money to an alcoholic? Have I given money to an alcoholic I'm working with? Yes. When do I do that? When I know that they're working on their recovery and there is no other option and it is imperative. At that moment, and it's not money that my family's going to miss, right? And what do I say about that money the moment I give it to them? I'll never see it again. And I never have a resentment if I don't see it again. Because that's my problem, not theirs. I've had very good luck. The vast majority of the alcoholics have returned the money when they could, right? And I'm talking about a couple $100. I'm not talking about a lot of money. And it says in the book that we do these things. It doesn't say we do these things, when it's convenient. It is not the matter of giving that is in question, but when and how to give. That often makes the difference between failure and success. How true is that? The minute we put our work on a service plane, the alcoholic commences to rely upon our assistance rather than upon God. He clamors for this or that, claiming he cannot master alcohol until his material needs are cared for. Nonsense. Some of us have taken very hard knocks to learn this truth. Job or no job, wife or no wife, we simply do not stop drinking so long as we place dependence upon other people ahead of dependence on God. What's also true in my life is putting dependence upon things outside myself. When I came back into the rooms in 2004, I was not homeless. I was not in a bad condition financially. I was in actually a pretty good condition financially. The only thing that was going on was I was dying spiritually and my wife wanted a divorce. And I asked her, what should I do? She goes, why don't you try AA again? And I showed up here broken as an alcoholic understands, a spiritually bereft alcoholic. And God gave me a gift. He started to very quickly, very efficiently, and very methodically take away the one thing that was the foundation stone of my ego. And that was the money in the bank. And I started to go broke in Alcoholics Anonymous in the first year and a half. Do you know what the most freeing thing was? When I got on my knees and I said, God, I guess I'm not supposed to have this money. I'm good with that. Right? It was at that moment that my entire life changed. You cannot sit there and tell me, right, if I'm working with you, that you've got to get the money back, you've got to get the wife back, you've got to get the fancy car back, you've got to get this back or that back. I had the personal experience of losing everything, almost losing everything, in Alcoholics Anonymous and finding it a freeing moment. Right? I was very fortunate when I came in, I had a business. I lost that business in the rooms. Gift. Absolute gift. Had 100 employees, 0 now. I'm an employee. Gift. Right? The things that I put before God are the things that will kill me. Burn the idea into the consciousness of every man that he can get well regardless of anyone. The only condition is that he trust in God and clean house. How simple is that? Now the domestic problem. There may be divorce, separation, or just strained relations. When your prospect has made such reparation as he can to his family and has thoroughly explained to them the new principles by which he is living, he should proceed to put those principles into action at home. Am I coming home and blaming the wife? You know I get home at 7. Where's dinner? She's not treating me right. Or am I coming home and saying thank you? It's funny. As I was going through the inventory, as I was going through my men's process, my sponsor, my first sponsor back in 2004, had me working on 10 and 11. And the disappointing thing about 10 and 11 is, right, we're going to do an inventory, right? We're going to look at where we were wrong, and we're going to immediately make amends, right? So in 10, what I'm doing is I'm going to work and I'm yelling at people because I'm not recovered yet, and I'm screaming at them, but I realize it because I'm doing inventory. So the next day I go back and I make my amends to people. But then what happens? I start to understand what the connection is between my actions and the disconnect that I'm feeling in this world. So I yell at somebody at 10 o'clock in the morning. At 2 o'clock, I'm going over to them and making amends. Listen, I'm sorry. I understand I'm not telling them this, but I'm going through a spiritual process and I'm beginning to become awake. I don't need to carry this. I don't need to be right. I don't need to be anything, right? I made a mistake. I'm sorry. Then what happens? Now, I was on the floor of the American Stock Exchange. Now, have you ever seen Trading Places, the guys who are in the pit screaming and yelling with the handfuls of paper and the pens and stuff? That's what I used to do for a living, right? And the most aggressive monkey wins, right? Take a guess who was trying to be the most aggressive monkey. That was me. So I'd be in the pit. I'd be screaming at you, telling you what kind of, you didn't do that. Like a good trade. I'd be like trying to snag the whole thing. And what happens? Right? I'm going through a spiritual process. So now I'm starting to go, you know what? Let's just split it. Sorry. I'm stopping in the middle of a yelling. I'm preventing the amends. Preventing the harm to occur. Right? And then I'm getting ready to, as the process goes on, I'm getting ready to scream at them and I don't even say anything. Right? Because I become awake to the process. But what does this look like at home? So I come home after a hard day in the pit getting yelled at and screamed at and, half-chewed bologna sandwiches blown in my face by the guy screaming at me. And, I come through the door and she wants to tell me about her day. Right? And I have this domestic problem going on because I want to be left alone. But I'm thinking to myself, Dave, you probably shouldn't open your mouth right now. Occasionally I would, and I would have been right, by the way, about not opening my mouth because it never worked out. But I started to, in my mind, think to myself, well, what are you going to say, Dave? Why don't you file that away in your mind, and if in an hour from now, right, if it's important, go bring it back to her. So I'd write down these little mental notes, and I put these little mental notes in a little mental box on the shelf and stuff, and I would find that I'd go and revisit that an hour after I got home. I would listen to her, and I would commiserate with her, and I'd ask her how her day was, but I wouldn't say what was on my mind, because I'm still pretty sick and suffering, right? And an hour later, I'd grab that box off the mental shelf, and I'd take it out, and I'd look at the things that I would have thought that were important to say to her when she was telling me about her day, or telling me what she thought. Did you think of that yourself? I probably shouldn't have said that, right? Just like your mom. Probably shouldn't say that. When monkeys fly out of my ass. I'm sure I shouldn't say that. So they talk about bringing spiritual principles into the home. In the early days for myself, the most spiritual thing I could do was shut up. But then I got an opportunity to examine the things I thought were important to say, and I realized just how disconnected I was in this world. And then I became the perfect husband. That is, if he is lucky enough to have a home. Though his family be at fault in many respects, he should not be concerned about that. He should concentrate on his own spiritual demonstration, right? My side of the road. Argument and fact-finding are to be avoided like the plague. In many homes, this is a difficult thing to do, but it must be done if any results are to be expected. If persisted in for a few months, the effect on a man's family is sure to be great. Now, I want to tell you a story. My children used to be afraid to talk to me, except for my older daughter, who just was never intimidated by me, because I was an obnoxious asshole. I come into the rooms, I start to get free of self, and I start to be the nice guy. I'm the guy you walked on eggshells around in 2004. You stopped walking on eggshells around me in 2005. You started to ask me, what do you think in 2006? And I became the guy, in many ways, that you come to in 2007 and 2008 for the first answer when a difficult question came up. Now that's a change I didn't bring about. Right? That's a gift from God. I would like to tell you it has gotten nothing but better. It has, for the most part, gotten nothing but better. But it's funny. As an alcoholic, things sometimes go askew in our lives, doesn't it? I have my children out at the Jersey City Science Center for a beautiful day out, and I'm not sure what was going on. I was pleasant. We were having a great time. I get in the car and I drive back over the Pulaski Skyway, and a livery driver cuts me off. Well, so I got up to about 100, right, on the Pulaski Skyway, trying to cut this guy off and screaming profanities at him. And my children started to chant all the profanities in the back seat. And I go, I owe this guy an amends, and don't tell your mom, you know? For the most part, I don't do that anymore. That was like the last time that I kind of lost my temper with my family around. And that was several years ago. You know, I find that the things that drive me are the things that I find that are threatened in me, that somehow it's not going to be okay because I'm running the show. Right? I just wanted to get home that day. And that livery driver looked really scared. You know, I bring confusion and destruction into this world when it's driven by self. And I taught my kids some new words. The most incompatible people discover they have a basis upon which they can meet little by little. The family may see their own defects and admit them. This can then be discussed in an atmosphere of helpfulness and friendliness. After they've seen tangible results, the family will perhaps want to go along. These things will come to pass naturally and in good time, provided, however, the alcoholic continues to demonstrate that he can be sober, considerate, and helpful, regardless of what anyone says or does. It doesn't matter what they do. It matters where I am in this world today. Of course, we all fall much below the standard many times, but we must try to repair the damage, lest we pay the penalty by a spring. Should I stop? Or do you want to keep going?
5 minutes.
If there be divorce or separation, there should be no undue haste for the couple to get together. The man should be sure of his recovery. So if I'm going to show up with my wife and we're having troubles, and we've had troubles in our marriage, right? I need to be honest with her. I don't need to be honest about her, right? I don't need to point out the things that she falls short on, do I? Right? How successful are those conversations, right? Well, if you just had paid that bill on time, right? No, I need to be honest about where I am in my recovery, where I am in my relation with her, where am I in my relationship with others, right? I need to be ruthlessly honest with caring and consideration. The wife should fully understand his new way of life. If the old relationship is to be resumed, it must be on a better basis since the former did not work. Amen. This means a new attitude and spirit all around. Sometimes it is the best interest of all concerned that a couple remain apart. Obviously, no rule can be laid down. Let the alcoholic continue his program day by day. When the time for living together has come, it will be apparent to both parties. And that is my understanding. Let no alcoholic say he cannot recover unless he has his family back. This just isn't so. In some cases, the wife will never come back for one reason or another. Remind the prospect that his recovery is not dependent upon people. It is dependent upon his relationship with God. We have seen men get well whose families have not returned at all. We have seen others slip when the family came back too soon. Both you and the new man must walk day by day in the path of spiritual progress. If you persist, and here's a promise, remarkable things will happen. When we look back, we realize that the things which came to us when we put ourselves in God's hands were better than anything we could have planned. Follow the dictates of a higher power, and you will presently live in a new and wonderful world. Another promise, no matter what your present circumstances. I think that's a good place to stop.
Yep, we'll go. All right, folks, we'll be back at 2:30. We've got one more session, and then we'll get everybody out of here. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. You know, there's so much material in this chapter, and you know, it's such a powerful spiritual process. You know, you think about alcoholism, you think about how devastating it is, how aggressive alcoholism is. Probably 90% of the people that suffer from alcoholism die from it. And yet, there's this spiritual process that the alcoholics discovered back in the 30s. It's an aggressive enough recovery process to allow a certain amount of us who pay attention to this process to be able to recover. And we can be people that die with alcoholism and not from alcoholism. And you know that truly is a blessing. And you know, when Bill Wilson was talking about people who are not going to be able to recover, he was very non-judgmental, and it's really amazing when you study his language. When he was talking about people, he would say there are people who cannot or will not give themselves to this simple program. And so some people cannot, you know, they may have mental incapacities. They may be the type of people who he describes as constitutionally incapable of being honest with themselves. And there are people that will not. One of the things that you learn when you get involved in professional alcoholism treatment is there's a category of people who would rather die than go to an AA meeting. And I'm serious about that. They would rather die than go back to an AA meeting. And a lot of times it's because they've experienced Alcoholics Anonymous, and they've experienced bad meetings. There's probably 10 million people in North America today who've been exposed to Alcoholics Anonymous, and there's maybe 2 million people that are in it. So let's just say there's about 8 million people. What do you think they're saying about Alcoholics Anonymous? They're either saying, I don't need it, or I didn't like it. You know, it wasn't for me, is usually what it was. And there's nothing necessarily bad about that. It's just, it's a shame if there were people who really needed Alcoholics Anonymous and were not exposed to what Alcoholics Anonymous really is, which is a 12-step recovery experience. Think about this. Think about what we stand for as a 12-step recovery fellowship. I'm in a couple of LinkedIn things. I do some work outside of the 12-step recovery world. I do some things with some board of directors, and I'm involved with some people that are kind of high level with alcoholism and addiction treatment. I've been paying attention to that field for quite a long time now, and every once in a while I'm on some LinkedIn addiction and alcoholism groups, and every once in a while somebody on those groups that are doing putting entries in piss me off. And it was about a year ago. I'm on a LinkedIn, and this guy, he's an addiction psychiatrist. Okay, now I don't think you can get much higher than a psychiatric credentials. You have to be a medical doctor and you have to know psychology. So this guy is an addiction psychiatrist. He's one of those guys that charges $200 or $300 an hour to treat us when we go to them. You would expect that this guy would have, some really good knowledge. And in this particular blog-like thing, what's happening is they're talking about Alcoholics Anonymous and why Alcoholics Anonymous is still relevant. And this guy starts completely insulting AA. Now, Alcoholics Anonymous has saved my life. I did treatment, I did outpatient, I did all that stuff, but Alcoholics Anonymous saved my life. I love Alcoholics Anonymous, and I'm about the business of defending it. If somebody starts to criticize it, because it's usually because they don't understand. Now, so I go back and forth a couple of times with this guy about I'm wrong and he's wrong. And finally he sends this message. He goes, Chris, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't recommend Alcoholics Anonymous to any of the alcoholics that I treat anymore, because Alcoholics Anonymous has about a 6% recovery rate, and I am telling you I could get a better recovery rate prescribing placebos. Now I said, whoa, that was like a sock in the gut to me, and I'm thinking this idiot, people are paying $300 an hour to listen to this idiot, and I'm really pissed off. But, I've learned when something really upsets me, I need to step back and I need to examine it. And what I started to do is I started to think very, very carefully, where is this guy coming from? Where is this guy coming from? He's right in one respect, and that respect is that the people who do statistics on recidivism in Alcoholics Anonymous come up with between a 6 and a 10% recidivism rate. In other words, here's what they do. They usually go to meetings like in New York City or LA, where it's easy to get to a lot of meetings. And they stop people walking in or they stop people walking out. And they ask questions like, how long have you been here? How long have you been sober? And normally the people that stop and answer these surveys are people that don't know any better. Experienced members are probably going to have an issue, breaking anonymity at that kind of level. So they're getting skewed information right off the bat. But in some of these meetings in inner city areas, there is a lot of recidivism. There's a lot of treatment centers, a lot of halfway houses, a lot of stuff flowing through these meetings. And the chances of somebody being at that same meeting in 5 years is really, really small. So this guy is quoting some statistics that have a little bit of validity. But I thought, I can't let him get away with saying this, that this professional is not recommending anybody go to AA. That's so irresponsible, it's malpractice, as far as I'm concerned. So I had to respond to him, and I thought really well about how to respond to him, and this is how I went back at him. I go, okay, I want you to consider something for a minute. Let's, as a medical professional, let's say you come up with a cure for pancreatic cancer. Let's say you came up with a cure, and you're absolutely sure that this cure is going to work. So you talk a hospital into running a trial, and you get 100 people with pancreatic cancer to come to that hospital to be treated by you. And you know this is going to work, right? Let's say 90 people go there,
and sit in the waiting room and talk about their pancreatic cancer and share about their pancreatic cancer, and one person gets the coffee commitment, another person is the secretary, and some people are even grateful that they've got pancreatic cancer. But only 10% go in and get your operation. Would you say that you only have a 10% efficacy rate if that happened? And he said, of course not. I would only count the people that went in for the operation. And I said, here's the problem. You're counting everybody. Only about 10% of the people go through the steps. You're counting the people that are in our waiting room. Rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our path. That is still as true today as it was in 1939 when it was written. Rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our path. Unfortunately, Alcoholics Anonymous has morphed into a society where it's okay to languish in the back of the room, not being held accountable to working a spiritual recovery process. No one is holding you accountable because there's no rules in AA. Okay, that's part of our traditions. And I think we even need that because we want to be a welcoming fellowship. We don't want to lose people. We don't want people to fall through the cracks because they see us as an authoritarian, pain in the ass kind of a place. However, it's up to us as sponsors or spiritual advisors, it's up to us to be very, very clear with the people we're working with about what is the recovery process. If you want to wait in the waiting room, don't expect the benefit of the operation, which is don't expect a spiritual awakening as the result of steps that you've not taken. And as long as we're clear with the people we work with, we're gonna be okay. We're not gonna be complicit in anybody's particular failure. When working with a man and his family, you should take care not to participate in their quarrels. You may spoil a chance for being helpful if you do. But urge upon a man's family that he's been a very sick person and should be treated accordingly. You should warn against arousing resentment or jealousy. In the chapter to wives, we were talking about that in the way in, to our women folk, don't nag and bother our alcohol. Now, Bill wrote that chapter, okay? I would take that with a grain of salt, don't be nagging. Listen, as new alcoholics, I think we are a little bit fragile. But if our spiritual house is in order, if we're doing the right things, we're going to be all right. You should warn against arousing resentment or jealousy. You should point out that his defects of character are not going to disappear overnight. Show them that he's entered upon a period of growth. Ask them to remember that when they are impatient, the blessed fact of his sobriety. That's small comfort to families that we've burnt down with our alcoholism. There's places in this book where it says it'll take us sometimes the rest of our life to set right some of these wrongs. If you have been successful in solving your own domestic problems, tell the newcomer's family how that was accomplished. In this way, you can set them on the right track without becoming critical of them. The story of how you and your wife settled your difficulties is worth any amount of criticism. And, that paragraph is also showing that we share our experience, okay? When we share our experience, that's incredibly helpful. When we share our opinions, that's not. We don't recover from opinions. We recover from experience, other people's experience. One of the things that I think is incredibly important is to understand the difference between experience and opinion. And I'll tell this one little story just to basically show you the difference. I used to go to this step meeting for many, many years. And I went to the step meeting for about a year before I even did the steps. And I would share. Now, I went through the steps, and then I approached that step meeting in a completely different way. I was able to share my experience. Now, there was this one guy who every single step meeting he would do this. He would raise his hand, and it'd be like step 9, right? He'd raise his hand and he'd say, my name is Eddie, and I haven't done this step formally, but I'm going to take this meeting hostage for the next 10 minutes, sharing my opinions on what I think it might be like. He didn't say that exactly, but that's what he basically did. I mean, everything that came out of his mouth is something you should not listen. If you had newcomers, you should give them earplugs for something like that, because that's an opinion. It's not based on any experience. And people loved this guy because he was funny and, he was friendly and everybody loved him. And every once in a while somebody would show up in that same step meeting and it'd be step 9 and they'd raise their hand and they'd say, I'm in the middle of this step and you know what? I just flew out to California and I knocked out 6 of my amends and I'd like to just share a little bit of that experience. And people would do this. Oh my God, it's somebody actually talking about the steps. Don't they know that that's not politically correct in this meeting? It's just unbelievable. Now, I'm telling you, if somebody is sharing their opinion, filter. It's an important spiritual principle, filtering. Don't listen. You know what I mean? You don't want to corrode what's in your head with somebody else's opinion. But if it's somebody's experience, we better be listening, because you can learn from experience. You can learn from experience. You can die from listening to opinion. Here's another opinion, and you don't hear this very much anymore, but I used to hear it when I was new. Somebody going, I'm sober 20 years and I never did a 4-step, and I think all that stuff's that's a whole bunch. You know what you need to do? You need to keep sober. And you know how I work with people? I tell them, get in the goddamn car, come to a meeting with me. And I love them until they love themselves after I love themselves step crap. And listen, you would hear people like that. I think they're all dead now, because that kills, and they couldn't survive with that kind of, trauma going on in their head if they were an alcoholic. They're dead, but there were people like that were wandering around. They were more dangerous than the plague, because they'd get these sponsees, and these sponsees would follow them around, and they'd never recover. They'd be like, I'm followed out. I'm one of Harry's, Oh my God. Jeez, and luckily you don't hear that kind of stuff anymore. But look, just because Uncle Waldo could not do the 4-step for 20 years, sharing it is just unbelievably irresponsible, because there are alcoholics that if they don't get involved in a 4-step in the first week, they won't survive. Let alone thinking that they can go 20 years like Waldo. So again, if you're sharing that, I'm sober and I didn't need to do all these steps, you don't understand alcoholism. Uncle Waldo might not even be an alcoholic. He might have just been a heavy drinker, and he just didn't know. So again, experience is incredibly important, and opinions are, they're tricky at best. Now, here are some really amazing promises. You know how they read the 12 promises in the discussion meetings that you go to or whatever, right? They're all proud about that. The 12 promises. Look, we finished the meeting with the 12 promises. How about having a meeting on the 12-step promises? Oh boy, that would be good. Here are some of them. Assuming we are spiritually fit, we can do all sorts of things alcoholics are not supposed to do. People have said that we must not go where liquor is served. We must not have it in our homes. We must shun friends who drink. We must avoid moving pictures which show drinking scenes. We must not go into bars. Our friends must hide their bottles if we go to their houses. We mustn't think or be reminded about alcohol at all. Our experience shows this isn't necessarily so. We meet these conditions every day. An alcoholic who cannot meet them still has an alcoholic mind. There is something the matter with his spiritual status. Okay. every once in a while, it doesn't happen much anymore, and I'm thinking it's because I don't go to that many discussion meetings anymore, Dave. But anyway, somebody raised their hand and said, I'm sober 20 years, and I went to a wedding the other day, and they had wine on the table, and I had to leave, and I had to call my sponsor, and I had to go home, and it was just terrible. I'm doubling down on my meetings this week, because I'm just so messed up by smelling that wine. Oh my God. Okay? Oh my God. If that's your experience, you've got work to do. You've got step work to do, for God's sake. We're not supposed to be that brittle. There's something wrong with your spiritual status. You best be getting a step sponsor. His only chance for sobriety would be someplace like the Greenland ice cap. Even there, an Eskimo might turn up with a bottle of scotch and ruin everything. Listen, if accessibility, if removing the chance for accessibility was our solution, we'd be in real trouble, because I guarantee within 3 blocks of here is a liquor store. You know what I mean? There's always going to be temptation. There's always going to be access to alcohol. Ask any woman who sent her husband to distant places on theories he would escape the alcohol problem. In our belief, any scheme of combating alcoholism which proposes to shield the sick man from temptation is doomed to failure. If the alcoholic tries to shield himself, he may succeed for a time, but he usually winds up with a bigger explosion than ever. We have tried these methods. These attempts to do the impossible have always failed. So our protection cannot come from availability. Our protection has to come from a spiritual power. That's really the only way to solve this problem. We can't hide from booze. So our rule is not to avoid a place where there is drinking if we have a legitimate reason for being there. Notice the fun. We can go to events, we can go to places, we can go to restaurants with booze, we can go to weddings and places that have, we can go to Christmas parties, we can go to all these places if we have a legitimate reason for being there. A lot of people, when they quit drinking, they want to continue to go to the bar where their buddies are and drink like club soda. Something like that is not really a good idea. But we shouldn't have to worry about alcohol going down our throat, without our knowledge, if we're working the spiritual process. That includes bars, nightclubs, dances, receptions, weddings, even plain, ordinary, old drinking parties. You imagine? How about making that a topic at the next discussion meeting? Hey, my book tells me I can go to drinking parties. What do you all think? And then watch the fireworks, okay? The book says that this is possible if we have a legitimate reason for being there and our spiritual house is in order. We can do it if there's a reason to be there. Listen, I've been asked to be a best man at weddings. A best man at a wedding has to take somebody onto like one of those crazy parties that you have if you're getting married, a bachelor party. Now at bachelor parties, there's some drinking, believe it or not. I've set those parties up. Doesn't mean I'm gonna drink. You know what I mean? I had a legitimate reason for doing it. It was a bachelor party. I was the best man. I'm expected to do that. I'm not going to say, "Oh, you're not going to have a bachelor party. I'm sober." You can't do that. We're not meant to hide from the world once we get sober. We're meant to be an active part out there in the world. So to a person who has had experiences with an alcoholic, this may seem to be like tempting providence, but it isn't. You will note that we made an important qualification. Therefore, ask yourself on each occasion, have I any good social, business, or personal reason for going to this place? Or am I expecting to steal a little vicarious pleasure from the atmosphere of such places? If you answer these questions satisfactorily, you need have no apprehension. Go or stay away, whichever seems best. But be sure you are on solid spiritual ground before you start, and that your motive in going is thoroughly good. In a lot of places in this book, Bill Wilson tells you 3 times. He tells you what he's going to tell you, and then he tells you, and then he tells you what he told you. He wants to be sure that you get it. So if you're going to be going to bars, if you're going to be going to parties, make sure that your motive in going is good and you are on solid spiritual ground. He triple says that. Do not think of what you will get out of the occasion. Think of what you can bring to it. I love that. That is a spiritual principle that we can apply all over the place. Don't think of what you can get out of it. Think what you can bring to it. This is the attitude that after you've gone through the steps, this is the attitude you use going to the fellowship. This is the attitude you going to meetings. Another way to tell whether someone has never gone through the steps or not is when they raise their hand and they share that they really needed a meeting to fill up their spiritual gas tank. That's a good way to define someone who has never gone through the steps, because they're going to get. They're going to fill up. All right? What happens after you've gone through the steps, you don't go to get anymore. You go to give. And you go to meetings where it's possible for you to be a productive member, to offer something, whether it's sharing or whether it's talking to people in the meeting, whether it's being around just to sponsor, whether it's having service commitments. You're going there to give, because now you understand to really get, you give. And to really learn, you teach. That's what you learn. That's what happens to you after you've had this recovery experience. And you'll never go to a meeting to fill up your spiritual gas tank again. Because if you go there for that reason, you're going to come away empty every time. You know what I mean? If you're coming to... Alcoholics Anonymous is not about getting. Our illness is about getting. Our illness is about me. It's all about me. It's all about me. I swear to God, when I showed up in the treatment center, it was all about me. And I'm reading this book and I'm seeing how the things in this book apply to my roommate. And they don't have any good juice, and you can't do this, and the smoking area is too small, and I need this, and they should have that, and I need this, and they should have that. It's like alcoholism is selfishism, is really what it is. And if we continue to express our selfishness this way, we're going to continue to remain ill. However, if we say, there's a really good meeting tonight, I love going to it, I'm going to go there and let's see what happens, and you go there basically offering yourself to that meeting and whatever God has planned for you that night, you're going to be doing real well. If you don't want to work with people and all you want to do is go and share, I like to share, I always share. I'm going to share my stuff, because if I share my stuff, I'll put all my problems on the table and I'll walk out of the meeting with you having all of them, and I won't have as many of them. If that's your attitude, that's not recovery. That you're not carrying the message. You're continuing to carry the illness, because the illness expresses as selfishness. That's how this illness expresses. So anyway, always think what you can bring to it. But if you're shaky, you had better work with another alcoholic instead.
It's funny, I never got that until I got that, right? What do you mean go work with another alcoholic? They seem to be half my problem. Every time I show up, there they are, and they're not treating me right, and I don't get it. And you can't explain to me the math. You see, I want to be happy, so Dave's got to add Dave to something else. Dave's got to add Dave to that power boat. Dave's got to add Dave to that nice car, that gallon of ice cream, that show I want to. I got to add something to me, and now you're asking me to give something up. In math, when you subtract out, it doesn't make any sense. The idea that I'm going to go out and help another alcoholic, right, doesn't make any sense to a guy like me. I'm supposed to get something here. I'm supposed to show up and get from you guys. I'm supposed to go through the big book and get a spiritual experience. I'm supposed to work with you and get something from you. What do you mean, give? Right? But that is the paradox, isn't it? The truth of the matter is I will never be free until I'm willing to shed myself of everything that I think that I have whether it be time, money, or my willingness to work with you. And up until this point, in working with others, we've talked about what it looks like with working with the new man. You know, we're going to go meet the crazy guy, right? The guy in the hospital who's hearing voices. You know, the guy in the hospital who's on his end. We're going to go meet with him, right? So we're going to talk about with him the idea that this whole thing is about God, ourselves, and another human being. And in working with others, we talk about the family as the other human being, right? And that's what we got to go out and present. And that's the thing that we have to go out and make available to another alcoholic. And it doesn't make any sense to me that how is that going to solve my problem? Don't you understand that I need to have my problem solved? Look at this event in my life. This event is horrible. And it keeps happening. I don't know why it keeps happening. Right? The event is not the problem. It's the unwillingness to give. The event is not the problem. It's the place that I put myself when I'm unwilling to give. If the power of God, my understanding of God, doesn't have to be your understanding of God, and trust me, it probably isn't, right? If my higher power, if my understanding of God has all power, how can anything interfere? We talk about fear inventory. Anybody here ever do a real fear inventory? I say real, but did you ever do a thorough fear inventory? Right? Did you ever sit down and really write out I got no fears when I come in here. I got no fears. I got no fears. Okay, let's look at that. Right? Sit down and do a real fear inventory. Go through that. Go through the inventory. Find out where I am. Find out what my fears are. What the truth of it. Well, I don't want them to know that. I don't want them to know that about me. Because they will think less. Well, that's a fear, isn't it? Well, no, it's just rational. Please, stop it. You know, if you see what I had done, you know, that late night on the sheep farm with my friends, you know, you wouldn't want to know either. There are things that I'm afraid of that I don't even... That's a bad idea. There are things that I don't even want to talk about, right? I don't even understand what the fear looks like. But if God has all power, then how can that fear have power over me? Right? I suddenly have to eliminate myself from all the places that I might go where you people are. And how in the world am I going to carry a message if I'm not around you guys? Right? How am I going to do that? Did the wheels ever come off for you at a Christmas party, Chris? Right?
Oh boy.
Did the wheels ever come off the wagon when you went to a Thanksgiving or something?
No.
Right? When I was an active alcoholic, there were things that I did. I ran a theater at one point, and for some reason I thought it was a great idea to pack all the employees into the van and go over to Staten Island at 3 a.m. You know, I mean, I don't know what came over me that time. I also thought it was good to take about 10 Quaaludes before driving over to Verrazano. You know, I'm going to tell you, it didn't really work out. You know. And I went back to work like there was nothing wrong the next day. And the boss calls me into the office. He goes, "What were you thinking?" You know? I need to be able to go and be of service in every single part, which means I have to be fearless. I have to be able to go where other alcoholics are. I have to face that person who may still have a stash of booze. What am I going to do? Do a 12-step with the guy who doesn't have a stash of booze? I can't go someplace where there's alcohol. What am I going to do? I'm going to do a 12-step where the guy doesn't have a bag of pills? Right? What does that say about my higher power? One of two things are wrong there. I either chose the doorknob as a higher power, right, or I never got in touch with my doorknob. Right? One of those two things are true in my life at that point. If I'm afraid to go. Now, I've gone to Christmas party after Christmas party, and I'm waiting for the guy whose wheels come off, because I want to be of service. My current employer doesn't hire, apparently, anybody whose wheels come off. You know, it's kind of sad. I'm the only person whose wheels came off, and I have to silently sit there in scorn of these people who hire so well. I don't know. I have to be willing to show up and to be of service wherever the need is possible, right? And I have to realize that I don't have a choice, that it's a gift, it's an opportunity, it's a moment in time and place. I have to be fully prepared and fully willing to do it. And if I'm not fully prepared, I'm not fully willing to do it, it means that I'm agnostic in some way. It means that I'm not turning over some part of my life to God. If I walk fearlessly on this earth because of the gift of Alcoholics Anonymous and the program of Alcoholics Anonymous, and I've gotten free, there's nothing that can affect me. I was at a wedding the other night, and my wife went, oh, hey, how you doing? To shake the hand of the person next to me, and the champagne glass, we had just sat down, and I hadn't asked the waiter to remove it yet, went all over me. She's like, I'm so sorry. I'm like, it's okay. And I meant it. You want to know something? Champagne smells like shit. I was wearing it like aftershave. I was absolutely soaked in this stuff because it landed all over me, and it smelled terrible. It's not the way I remembered it. Right? Am I to not go to the wedding? Am I to make sure that they know I'm an alcoholic and they make changes in their wedding schedule and make sure that the caterer knows not to have a glass? God forbid. Right? I have to have a special table? What are the the children's table? What are you laughing at? You know me, don't you? Am I willing to walk into a crack house? Am I willing to go anywhere that the opportunity is presented? Or am I going to play God? Right? How often have I played God and that failed? Right? We were talking about the 9th step. 9th step amends. The question came up. Should you sponsor if you haven't finished all your 9-step amends? My immediate response is finish your 9-step amends. It's not a question. Right? What's the worst thing that could possibly happen is that somebody you owe money to kills you and buries you in the backyard. That's the worst thing that could happen. But you'll be a story at the local AA meeting, right? Actually, it's funny because it brought up a couple of memories. I was... No, I never buried anybody in the backyard. I'd never buried anybody on my property. And... the concept of being willing to go to any lengths to help another man or woman to recover, to feel this great gift, the grandeur of this great gift, requires me to be willing to do anything. I've not always been willing to do everything. Right? I am imperfect. I was given a great gift. I was working with this guy a couple of years ago. He was a really nice guy, and then we started to chat, and we were doing the inventory. I was sponsoring him, and he goes, did you ever hang out in this town? And I was like, yeah, I used to hang out in that town. And he goes, did you know so-and-so? I go, yeah, I knew so-and-so. And all of a sudden I remembered I had stolen like 4 pounds of pot from this guy. And he had never come up with any inventory. Hadn't even thought about it. Right? Part of the business. Sorry, guys. I forgot. I said, oh, crap. Right? God gave me the gift of a new amends. Right? While I'm working with another alcoholic. Can you get his number? He goes, I can get his number. He's out there smoking crack, but I can get his number. Okay. Get his number. And what do I do with it? I go to Chris, and I say, Chris, what do you think? He goes, well, I think this. I took it into prayer and meditation, and there's something about that I wasn't 100% sure about. And I like to get me out of the way on any decision-making process because I've always been the problem. I know that now. The problem centers in my mind. Why am I going to take the new problems into the mind? By the way, there are no new problems. They're all gifts, right? I'm in prayer meditation, and it doesn't feel right. I go back to talk to Chris again. He says, well, think about it this way. I said, okay, I thought about it that way. And I come to the conclusion that I don't have a choice. All right, the $2,000 I stole in 1977 and $8,500 now, I don't have a choice. I have to go make that amends. All right? So then what do? I pause, right? Because I don't want to spend the $8,500. And the guy is smoking crack, and I'm thinking, and I found his picture on the county website, in jail. It didn't look good. Alcoholism didn't treat him well. He had been through the ringer. I thought, what am I going to do here, God? And I went to prayer. 6 weeks of prayer and meditation. God tells me, go make the amends. All right. Pick up the phone. I call him at 11 o'clock in the morning. It's a beautiful Saturday morning. I said, hey, how you doing? He goes, good. Isn't that what we always say? I'm doing good. It's like Bill the cat, And I'm like, okay. I said, my name is, Dave Palmer. Do you remember me from 77 and 78? I used to hang out with you in this town. He goes, you know what, Dave? I'm really busy right now. Can you call me back in exactly 30 minutes? Now I'm all proud of myself. I made the call. I'm like, okay, I can do that. I hang up the phone. I wait exactly 30 minutes. I call him back. He picks up the phone. I said, hey, hey, so-and-so, this is Dave. He goes, wrong number, and hangs up with me. Now, he doesn't know that I'm getting ready to offer him $8,500. He's in the middle of a run somewhere. He's in the middle of this disease, and if he is so afraid to take a phone call. Let's think about that for a minute. He's so afraid to take the phone call. It's nothing but fear in his life. He is fully immersed in the disease. Right? What was the gift? Well, I'm still ready to make that amends. Right? Still ready to make that amends. I didn't call him back. I immediately wanted to text him. And I thought, well, maybe that's not a good idea. Right? I came to realize that this was about God wanting me to become 100% willing to do whatever it takes to set right these wrongs. Right? 100% willing. It is about, for me today, that I don't know where the next gift is going to come around the corner, the next person who's going to say, I'm having a hard time with this, right? Or the guy who's sitting all alone in the corner who's nobody's talking to because he never says a word. And we don't know what his pain and suffering. And Chris was talking about the old guys. I love the old guy story. Chris didn't tell you the riot story. I almost interrupted you to tell the riot story. You'll have to hear Chris speak some other time, or maybe he'll finish up with the riot story. He caused the riot. Spiritually caused the riot. And but I remember going to a protege that I was working with was celebrating 9 years, and I went to give her a coin, and I was sitting in this meeting, and I was talking. I was in a nice discussion, and it was like, dead codfish on the table. Nothing. Everyone was just sitting there staring at me. And I started to talk about what the concept of love was in the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous. That the concept of love for me is not me judging you whether you're worthy of my love. It is being available to share that love with anybody. It doesn't matter if it's the person with 8 days or the person with 18 years who has never done the work. I said there's a lot of people in these rooms who are brittle, old, dry, judgmental, and unspiritual who need to be loved as much as the person who just wandered in here out of jail. The whole room exploded in laughter because apparently there was 3 old guys who ran the meeting who were dry, brittle, through the steps, and dying in the rooms of alcoholism. And I looked around the group and said, there's some old ones in here, isn't there? They go, yeah. Right? I don't know where I'm supposed to be available to bring love into this fellowship, right? Like the guy with 8 days. I remember a guy had 8 days, asked me to sponsor him. I said, sure, I'll sponsor you. We went out to breakfast, and I took him through what I could, right, before I had to go to work. And I said, meet me there tomorrow, and meets me there tomorrow. And I said, how you doing? He goes, I'm doing great. I said, who'd you help yesterday? He goes, help? I got 9 days. I go, we'll find somebody with 8 days and let them know there's hope. I never saw him again, but you never know when you're going to show up to be of service. Right? You don't know where people are supposed to be. Why sit with a long face in places where there is drinking, sighing about the good old days? If it is a happy occasion, try to increase the pleasure of those there. If a business occasion, go and attend to your business enthusiastically. If you are with a person who wants to eat in a bar, by all means go along. Let your friends know they are not to change their habits on your account. At a proper time and place, explain to all your friends why alcohol disagrees with you. So what's the point of me explaining to all my friends why alcohol disagrees with me? I'm not there to tell them how to get free of alcohol, am I? I'm there to let them know that I got free of self. And that's a spiritual progress, and a process, and that's a spiritual process that's available to everybody, isn't it? Many people I meet that are non-alcoholics are doing it day by day and not even thinking about it. I got to work at it. If you do this thoroughly, few people will ask you to drink. While you were drinking, you were withdrawing from life little by little. Now you are getting back into the social life of this world. Don't start to withdraw again just because your friends drink liquor. Your job now is to be at the place where you may be of maximum helpfulness to others, so never hesitate to go anywhere if you can be helpful. That is a key sentence for me. Because in this book it talks about, and in these steps it talks about how am I going to serve others. Right? God, how can I serve thee? Right? How can I help? How can I be of service to others? Right? Isn't that what we are supposed to do at the end of this work? Or are we supposed to get happy? Are we supposed to get joyous in the sense that we're no longer suffering from this, so let's go home and have a good time? Right? Have you ever taken anybody through the work? Or have you been that person? I've been this person, where I finished the work and now it's time to take some time off. You ever just hang around after it's all over and think that it's good? I'm good? I did that the first time through, and what do you think ended up happening? What ended up happening is I started to become a dry alcoholic, a person who was consumed by self and who people started to bother again, and that meeting wasn't being run right. You ever do inventory on the meetings that you go to? Everybody knows what the 3 legacies are, right? Unity, service, and recovery? I did inventory one time on where am I in unity, where am I in service, and where am I in recovery. Right? Where am I starting to judge you people? Where am I judging a meeting of no value? When I judge a meeting of no value, if I judge your home group to be some sort of middle of the road solution, I'm saying I'm not available to the newcomer who might walk in that room, aren't I? What does that mean? That means I started playing God again in my life, doesn't it? When I start to judge some form of Alcoholics Anonymous out here, who here has been a member of the Meeting Makers Make It and Don't Drink and Go to Meetings groups? Right? Right? Did you survive? I mean, you're here. Right? You're here. I made those meetings for years. And then I found myself in judgment of them as soon as I found a more elevated AA. Ha! Right? You ever do that? I've moved on. I'm better than that entire group of alcoholics. Right? But the truth is that God was sitting next to me the entire time when I was in those rooms. Right? Kept me safe and protected. I was exposed to the spiritual awakening that was available in those rooms. Right? That is an amazing process for me when I'm exposed to your spiritual awakening. It keeps me sober, even though I don't think that I don't think that it's going to work for me. Just being near a spiritual awakening, I get some energy. It's like walking underneath the high tension lines with a couple of fluorescent bulbs. They go off, right? I'm living with you guys, and I'm getting something. And then I go on to the elevated meetings where now we're a far more popular but controversial group, right? And we're going to the Bookers group, and we're taking meetings into every group, and we're active and you're not. Ha, we're special. No judgment there, right? No judgment there. And I've always started to isolate and separate myself, and I started to think that, well, God's not there, but God's here. And then I find out that I need to do some big book work because I'm dying in that second group of meetings. And then I come into the big book groups and I start to get free of freedom that I never knew before. And now I start to poo-poo the other two meetings. God, I'm so sick. Right? How long do I do that for? I do that until I'm uncomfortable with me again. And I search out what is wrong. And I find out that I'm just a judgmental prick no matter where I go. And I begin to realize that if God is truly with me and has always been with me, then guess what? Every place I've been has been perfect. Every moment of my life has been perfect. And this occurs for me when I no longer regret my past. This occurs when the 9 step promises come true in my life. It didn't happen on day 1 back. It didn't happen after the 3rd journey through the 9th step. It happened for real when I started to realize that I had always been safe and protected. I had regrets in my life. I'll tell you one of the regrets in my life, and it was a sad moment, and I actually started to share about it. One of the things that I'd always regretted was that my sister had graduated from college. It's 1981. It was November, and she was going out to visit some friends at who had just graduated. The one fellow had just graduated from law school, and she was 22 and I was 20 and a half. And my entire life was my mom, my sister, and my grandfather and my aunt, because my dad wasn't around, and I absolutely love these people dearly. And that night, my sister and I had a fight, and I slapped her. It's the only time in my life I slapped her. That night, she went out, hit a telephone pole, killed her and her friend in the car coming home. And I lived with that regret. Right? I knew instantly I could never change that, but that didn't change the regret. I lived with the regret because it was no matter how much work I did in Alcoholics Anonymous, I couldn't get over that. I couldn't get beyond that. And you know what that was for me? That was me not accepting God. I was agnostic in that one area, while I may have had God in my life in other areas. It's not okay what that happened. Right? I made a judgment, and I lived in the fear and the anguish of that moment. And what I realized was that God had been with me the entire time, and at any given moment, right? The truth of the matter is that I had been safe and protected. Not everything in my life has turned out the way I wanted. If things had turned out the way that I wanted, I would not be here now. I'd be in some small home in some cul-de-sac somewhere, wandering around, mowing the lawn, and that was the shot that I had at life. And anything more than that would have been a gift. Well, guess what? It is a gift. It's an absolute undeniable gift. When I got free of that regret, when I got free of that moment, and I was able to share that with people, I had the most amazing experience. I was free. And I was able to be of service to other people in a way that I had never been before, because I no longer had to tell you anything that wasn't true. I could just tell you the way it was. Chris invited me to work with him up in Canada with this fellow, and we went up there and did a one-day workshop, and I had an absolute blast. And I told this story about this regret from the podium, and a woman came up to me and grabbed me during one of the breaks and says, I'm 20. I think she was 32 years sober. She was, and I had a daughter who, when she was 23, had a car accident. She didn't die, but she was injured for life. She was, I've never been able to get over that. Tell me how this helped you. And I explained to her that being able to share the concept that I was able to allow this one agnosticism to go and to be consciously aware that I was never in charge of this. Right? I am now free enough to be of service to other people. And she goes, I get that. 32 years in the room, and she never heard that. And it's not that nobody else had experienced that. It's because people, for whatever reason, didn't verbalize it at that moment. She was ready at that moment to hear it from me. Right? I have got to get free. I've got to have the power of God in my life manifested. That when I sit across from you and we got that plate of eggs between us and we got a cup of coffee and we're looking to get right, you can get right. That you're sure that the message is of depth and weight and personal experience, not a thought process. I love the way Chris describes that. I would share in the step. I haven't formally done it. Isn't that beautiful, right? If you have unfinished 9-step amends, go make them. Get free. Get out there. There are people who are looking for us. I forget where I left off. Oh, yeah, here we go. While you were drinking, you were withdrawing from life little by little. Now you're getting back into the social life of this world. Don't start to withdraw again just because your friends drink liquor. Your job now is to be a place where you may be of maximum helpfulness to others. That's where I left off. So never hesitate to go anywhere if you can be helpful. You should not hesitate to visit the most sordid spot. By the way, anybody after this workshop want to go to a sordid spot nearby? I'm just checking. Done. I'm with her. We can use Foursquare and Facebook, and we can post what we do now. Keep on the firing line of life with these motives, and God will keep you unharmed. How cool is that? How cool is that promise? That means we can go anywhere, do anything, if we go with God and to be serviceable to another alcoholic. And it doesn't just have to be another alcoholic, does it? It could be somebody else, a homeless shelter, anywhere else we find ourselves that we can be of maximum service. Many of us keep liquor in our homes. We often need to carry green recruits through a severe hangover. Some of us still serve it to our friends provided they are not alcoholic, but some of us think we should not serve liquor to anyone. We never argue this question. That's because we cease fighting anything or anyone, isn't that? We feel that each family, in light of their own circumstances, ought to decide for themselves. The man who brought me back into the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous after my wife told me she wanted a divorce was a cousin of mine. His name is Buddy, and I love Buddy. Buddy's still alive. I don't get Buddy for one reason and one reason only. He's in his 80s. He goes to about 10 meetings a week. He started Spanish-speaking meetings because he noticed that there were Spanish fellows in his English-speaking meetings that didn't speak English very well. So he learned Spanish and started Spanish-speaking meetings. I don't get this, right? But what I really don't get about Buddy was when I called him on August 7th and I returned to the rooms on August 8th, I said, Buddy, you know what? I think I need to come back to Alcoholics Anonymous. He goes, that's wonderful. I've been waiting for you to come back. Get out of the driver's seat. It's all over. I said, that's great, Buddy. Buddy's sobriety date is July 4th, 1976. And I don't understand why anybody gets sober on July 4th. Can you explain that to me? July 4th was never the day to stop drinking. Right? Seriously. Who here celebrates July 4th? Anybody?
The bicentennial.
I meant for your sobriety date. Well, what the heck? I find that amazing. I find it absolutely amazing. I tell you this story about Buddy because Buddy was an instrumental part of my first 90 days. He worked with me until I found somebody to work with. But Buddy keeps a couple of cases of beer in his garage for when people come over who need to have a drink or want to have a drink with dinner. Doesn't bother him a little bit. I don't personally keep alcohol in the house, right? I'm just too cheap to buy it when it's in the garage. I'm happy if you want to bring a bottle over and you're a non-alcoholic. If you're an alcoholic, I have a problem with it. But if you're a non-alcoholic, bring a bottle. We don't argue. We're free of argument. We're not driven by self anymore. We don't have to be right. There is no absolute in what this world has to look like. We just have to be present for what it is today. You want to?
Sure. We are careful never to show intolerance or hatred of drinking as an institution. Experience shows that such an attitude is not helpful to anyone. Only about 10% of the people in this world are genetically alcoholic. For the other 90%, alcohol can be a cool thing. Sometimes it's a take it or leave it. They're not interested in it. Sometimes a couple of drinks will loosen them up. You know what I mean? I remember I was with this person one time, and they were a very, very moderate drinker. And I'm sitting there drinking with them, and I like to really pound it down. So after they'd had enough. You know how some people have enough on you? It's just really annoying. I said, well, you're not going to keep drinking, and they said, no, I've had enough. I'm like, well, explain that. And they're like, well, no, I'm a little lightheaded. I'm good. I don't want to go past this. I might get sick. And I'm thinking, you're a little lightheaded. You should do 3 triple shots and go from lightheaded to fun, because this really isn't working for me. As an alcoholic, I do not understand normal drinking. I don't understand it. I don't understand somebody that orders like a $7 cocktail with an umbrella in it and drinks half of it. My experience with alcohol is I used alcohol as a tool. I used alcohol to change the way I felt, to change the way I thought, to change my environment, to change my experience. And that's just the way it was. My problem as an alcoholic was sobriety. That was more my problem than anything else. When I was sober, my last 5 years of drinking, when I was sober, it was god awful. My experience was just terrible. In sobriety. My problem as an alcoholic really is more in sobriety than it is in drunkenness. I'll tell one real quick story that'll explain this, and it'll show you what my real problem is. Last 3 or 4 years of my drinking, I went to one liquor store on the way home from work every single day. And I would go, and this particular liquor store knew to stock in the summer the vodka that I drank, Gordon's vodka, and in the winter to stock the bourbon that I drank, George Dickel bourbon. And we had an understanding, me and the guy that owned this place, that he would not run out of any of this stuff. Okay, so I remember I went in there one day and I grabbed my vodka or my bourbon, I don't remember which, and I went up to pay. Now how I did this was I went in, I grabbed my booze, I threw my money down, I got my change, I got the hell out of there, and I went home and I started to drink. Now this particular day, there's somebody standing in line talking to the cashier, going, and I'm really anxious to get this paid for and get the hell out of here. And it's a woman, and she's going, do you know what kind of wine goes with tilapia? And the guy's answering her. All right? The guy's going, well, there's a Chablis from the California vineyard region that has quite a blush. And I'm like freaking out. I'm like, what? Are you crazy? There's a vodka buyer here. Who cares about this lady and her wine? Get her out of here. Give her a bottle of Gallo. Get her the hell out of here, all right? And I'm freaking out in line. I'm like, I got a problem here. I got a problem. Move this lady on. She kept asking questions. I got a problem here. I'm sober. Get me out of here. Now think about this. Is my problem really the alcohol? No, my problem is the spiritual condition that I'm normally in as an alcoholic. I am restless, I'm irritable, I'm discontented, I am freaking out, I'm uncomfortable with myself, my environment. I gotta get out of here. The voices in my head have to shut up, and I need to start drinking. That was my experience. Now, somebody that has one of those drinks with the umbrella in it, it's a whole nother world for them, alcohol. So I've got no experience with that. I should have no opinion on any of that. Every now and then every new alcoholic looks for the spirit among us and is immensely relieved when he finds we are not witch burners. A spirit of intolerance might repel alcoholics whose lives could have been saved if it had not been for such stupidity. We would not even do the cause of temperate drinking any good, for not one drinker in 1,000 likes to be told anything about alcohol by one who hates it. How about the person who's just quit smoking, who now has a really hard time with anybody that smokes? I mean, is that annoying or what? Weren't you just smoking the last 30 years? And now you're all, I hate that. I don't know about you. Well, it's the same thing. It's the same thing with booze. Someday we hope that Alcoholics Anonymous will help the public to better realization of the gravity of the alcoholic problem. But we shall be of little use if our attitude is one of bitterness or hostility. Drinkers just won't stand for it. After all, our problems were of our own making. Folks, after you get through a fourth and a fifth step, you will realize something incredibly significant. And that is, your problems are not coming at you, they're coming from you. Our problems are of our own making. Bottles are only a symbol. Bottles are a symbol of our expression of selfishness that needs to be doused because it's burning so hot. Besides, we have stopped fighting anybody or anything. We have to. And somebody kicked me right in the stomach one time. This was a buddy of mine out on Staten Island, and I called him up, and I was talking about some resentment that I had. I'm covering this off with him, and I'm like, rah, 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 rah. And he stops and he goes, Chris, if you haven't stopped fighting everything, you haven't recovered. And I'm like, oh no, that's not good. And every once in a while when somebody tells you the truth like that, it hurts and you're pissed at them, but you have to internalize it. The truth haunts alcoholics. If you've disturbed the man about his alcoholism, this is all to the good. So just because we disturb somebody doesn't mean it's a bad thing. Sometimes we need to go through that mental conflict to be able to get to the other side. Now, this chapter is specifically about sponsorship. It's specifically about carrying the message to the other alcoholic. How do we prepare ourselves to do that? How do we help somebody go through it? We've gone through this, so we know, hopefully we know what experiences to share. In step 1, we share our experience with the obsession of the mind. All right, why? What are the subtle mental blank spots that prevent us from being able to say no to a drink in certain circumstances? The insanity that precedes the first drink. What does that look like? We share that with the alcoholic. We share with them the fact that once you start drinking, there's a metabolic craving that takes place, and that's why we end up closing the bar. We may go out to have 2 drinks, but we end up coming home at 4 a.m. We share with them what unmanageability, how does that present? Unmanageability presents as restlessness, irritability, discontent, depression, anxiety, senses of usefulness, shame, guilt, remorse, all of that stuff, pitiful and incomprehensible demoralization. All of that is the unmanageability of our life, living it on self-will. All right. Hopefully they identify with that. When they identify with that, you move forward to step 2. Step 2 is you give them enough information so that they can come to believe that there's a spiritual power that they can access through a program of recovery that can do for them what they have not been able to do for themselves, which will offer them a recovery from alcoholism. When they start to believe that, we move them into step 3, which is a decision to engage that spiritual power. It's a decision to do the things that you need to do that will unblock you from that power and enable that power to offer you defense against the first drink and help in the rebuilding of your life through character defects, through personal relationships. So you make a decision in step 3 to go through the rest of the steps and to develop your relationship with this power that's going to solve your problems. In step 4, you have to show them that it's an inventory. It's a 4-part inventory. The first part is resentments, a 4-column resentment inventory. You have to show them how to do that 4th step so that they can do a 4-column inventory on resentments. You need to show them the fear inventory and how you answer the questions for each fear that they come up with. And those instructions are in the book Alcoholics Anonymous. You show them how to do a conduct inventory, and this conduct inventory has a lot to do with our intimate relationships. They call it a sex conduct. It has to do with how we have treated the people that we're supposedly very, very close to. And in that inventory, there's 9 questions, and then you're to develop an ideal, a relationship or a sex ideal in what type of person do you want to be moving forward, what type of attributes do you want to have in the next relationship at the next party. You've done this 4th step, you explain to the person that they need to share it. They need to share it holding nothing back. That every stone needs to be unturned. Every dark cranny of the past needs to be exposed. The whole series of inventories needs to be read to someone. You need to tell them all this stuff, and this builds up to a life story. And you need to share this with God, with another person, and with yourself. And then you move to step 6. Step 6 is understanding that these defects of character that have been uncovered in 4 and 5 are too much for you. They've been too much for you, and they're too much for the alcoholic you're working with. You must have God's help to be able to move past these character defects. If you could have been a better person, you probably would have. So these character defects are like your alcoholism. They're a little bit too strong for you on your own unaided will. You can't just decide to get rid of selfishness because selfishly you want to be better. It doesn't make any sense. You need God's help. In step 7, you humbly ask God to remove these defects of character. The original writing of this in the original manuscript was, we humbly, on our knees, ask God to remove all these defects of character, holding nothing back. That was the original writing, and that's how Dr. Bob would make you do it. You'd do step 7 on your knees. God, please, this is too much for me. I cannot manage my own life. Look at all these character defects. Please remove these from me. And the best possible spiritual atmosphere for you or your protege to be in after doing a 7-step, the best spiritual atmosphere for the removal of character defects is to become willing to make amends to the people and institutions which these defects of character have harmed. So you put a list together of the people and the institutions that you have harmed through the expression of these character defects, and then in step 9 you actually go back and make direct amends. If there's anything I could change in the steps, it would be to put actually before to start off step 9. Because so many people think that they can just do it in theory, or they can do living amends, or they can just change and everything's fine. No, you need to actually go back and make these amends, because every amends you make, especially the hard ones, the ones that you have a lot of trepidation about, a lot of times the ones you don't want to make the most, you go and you make those amends, and that puts spiritual horsepower in your program like you have no idea. Like you have no idea. So that's an incredibly important step. You have to encourage your proteges to get through that step. You get them through that step and they will be soldiers in the trenches with you the rest of their lives. I am telling you, that's my experience. Now, finishing up amends, or as you're moving through amends, you need to look at step 10. They need to look at step 10. Step 10 is applying all of these spiritual principles and exercises on an as-needed basis in real time. This step is your walking around during the day step. It's the middle part of step 11. It's what you need to do in situations that may baffle you, may upset you, you may be confused about. You need to apply spiritual principles in your life. Step 10 offers you those tools. Step 11 is 3 parts. It's upon awakening. It's as we move through the day, and it's when we retire at night. These are 3 separate disciplines. We need to learn them. We need to teach them to our sponsees. We need to get them to commit
to these prayer and meditation disciplines. They are incredibly important. They made a decision in step 3 to align their will with God's. In step 11, they learn how to do that. They learn how to do that with spiritual guidance. Spiritual guidance comes, if you practice it, through prayer and meditation. You get really good at prayer and meditation, you're never going to be wondering what to do again. Because there's going to be a way for you to understand as closely as humanly possible what God would want you to do, what God's will would be in different situations. You offer all of this to the person you're working with, and then you kick them out of the nest, and you tell them to go work with other people. Go work with other people. Like Dave was talking about, Ebby Thatcher took Bill through the steps and then had nothing more to do with him. He even went back to drinking. But Bill was always incredibly grateful for the spiritual experience that Ebby offered them. This is what we're supposed to do. We're not supposed to raise these people up. That's not what a sponsor is. We don't raise them up. What we do is we get them through the spiritual process of the 12 steps. Then they are free and they have power. And hopefully, we've shared some stuff here today that you might be able to apply in your own personal experience working with other people. I hope we've stayed as close as possible to what this book is expressing. I hope our opinions were to a minimum. But please, if there's one thing I'd like to say is please apply the principles in the chapter Working with Others to the people that you work with. I know it's amazing concept, using working with others to work with others. But I beg of you to use these principles because they're probably so much better than just winging it. That's all I got. You want to say anything before we close?
No.
All right, I want to thank all of you. Mike, thank you so much for asking us down here. This has been a great group of people. We had an absolute blast, and again, thanks for being here.